Okay, we're starting. I don't quite know which game I'm gonna pick. So you can kind of help me pick, I guess, if you want. And if I agree with the thing you are wanting to pick too. I would do Outlast and like games that rely heavily on audio horror if I felt comfortable wearing my headphones. That's why we're not doing that, even though the sounds in Dead Space weren't that scary. Or like it was scary, but it's a different kind of scary, I think. Let's do that. Oh, is that the old one I've clicked on? Alright. I want to do the new one. I'll do the old one once I finish the new one. I know that's in the wrong order. You're not the boss of me. Also, maybe not a narrative game just because I plan to put this stream behind a paywall, so. Great. Do they have the Fallout games on here? They do. Hey, look, it was right on the dot of 20 minutes when I said 10 to 20 minutes. Look how cool that is. I think that's all. This isn't gonna make any videos. Oh, wrong one, right. The mods are different in this one. Sorry. The mod menus. Let's see what new mods exist here. Whispering Hills will one. What's the 512 version? No, we want the best one. Yeah, we just let all these mods download. Then we'll do everything we gotta do. Feel free to chat to make it less quiet. Otherwise, I guess you just gotta put up with the silence. Up to you. Up to you. Where's the best? Break the silence. I don't fucking know, man. Wow, it started 18 minutes ago? That's not true. Okay, it isn't true. Oh, there's something else. It said 18 minutes ago. I did not start the stream 18 minutes ago, as a matter of fact. Ugh. More rules. It's taking a long time to load, isn't it? Well, it's a big mod. But that's okay, because it's not worth even playing this game without this mod at this point. In my humble opinion, I know that might be not your opinion, but it's okay to have a different opinion than me. But your opinion might be a bit flawed if it's not the same as mine when it comes to this mod. 10 minutes and I get to take my next thing. Damn, everyone's leaving. Oh well. Oh well. Toodaloo, I guess. I'll read aloud the description while it loads. This mod changes the world of Fallout 4 into a twisted nightmare that preys upon the player character's subconscious, their deepest fears and regrets materializing into perverted monstrosities that torment the inhabitants of the New England Commonwealth upon installation. The entirety of Massachusetts will now be consumed by malevolent fog, and every corner of the wilderness, every ruin, no matter how remote, shall echo with the foreboding sounds of forces incomprehensible. Mod features. Adds new lands. The town of Whispering Hills with the Midwich Elementary School, Alchemilla Hospital from Silent Hill 1, and a special guest surprise for you fans, as well as the Silent Hill PT and apartment locations, ambient music tracks, Otherworld function from Silent Hill series. That's high quality monsters primarily from the Silent Hill series. In-game weather perpetually cycles between 10 new fog variations. The Otherworld. At random intervals during gameplay, the Commonwealth will become shrouded in darkness, and waves of monsters will actively hunt down both player and non-player characters. This event only lasts a few minutes at a time, but the spike in difficulty can be very challenging. So always try to be prepared for the Otherworld. May be modified at any time by using Control Holotip. What's this one? Okay, yeah. It's weird how it doesn't keep my favorites. I'm gonna look through the most popular today and all that stuff. Oh, I'm also gonna add the UI sounds. Alright, yeah, the new popular stuff. Boston natural surroundings. That sounds cool because I like cats. Adds 15 new collectible magazines scattered throughout the Commonwealth with new perks inspired by the Cat's Paw magazines in Fallout 1. Or Fallout 2, I mean. I don't like the idea of AI generated music, so no thank you. I'm doing okay. How are you doing, Dave? I'm deciding to try Fallout 4 again since it's been a while, and I plan to just put this stream behind a paywall after it's done. So, you are lucky you get to see it while it's free, that means. Oh, legendary modification is a good one. It's good to just chill sometimes, for real. I got cranky in my last stream for no reason, but I'm less cranky now. I'm gonna make Fallout 4 creepy, of course, because that's what I always do when I mod a video game, is I make it scarier. Yeah, Fallout's pretty fun. Which is your favorite Fallout? Mine is 4, even though that's not the answer most people like, and that my answer would probably change if I really gave the other ones a good enough try. Maybe if I get my laptop fixed and I can mod them to be like more playable to my styles. Four more minutes till I can take my pill. Ooh, cannibalism blood splatter will glow in the dark. Oh, but it's a graphical issue. I thought that was just like a cool thing. Oh well. Do you like to mod your Fallout, or do you prefer playing it vanilla? I tried 3 for a bit, and it wasn't as bad as people were saying. Yeah. I don't know, I know plenty of people who like it. Regular's cool, but yeah, I like mods even better because you can make it even crazier. It is fun to roam around in it. It is very true. Mm. What do you play it on? If you want help figuring out how to mod, I can like maybe help you a little bit. What's settlement visitors? Well, there is a part of the menu that says mods, and then oh, that's my alarm. I can take my pill. Hold on a second. See if this is what I wanna. Yeah, let's get more visitors. We'll make the Soviet Brotherhood, or not Brotherhood. Make the Soviet Minutemen this time. That's cool. But yeah, they're at least on console, and I think probably PC. There's a part of the screen that just lets you go to like mods that are approved by Bethesda and won't fuck up your thing. Like it might fuck up your game and your saves, but it won't fuck up your whole computer. It's like safer in general than yeah. It also blocks out the worst of the Coomer mods. Like there's still some Coomer mods, but you know. And by the way, if you don't know what Coomer means porn addict. So, yeah. What's rabbit flu? But yeah, there's well, in that case, just get the cheat terminal and you can do things like that. It's a pretty popular mod. Yeah, that's cheat terminal. I'm not gonna download it because I'm gonna make my life hell. It's supposed to be fun. Let me know if my mom's TV is coming across too loudly, and I can try to change some of the audio settings. By the way, because I don't know whether or not the audio is picking up, and if so, how much. Hell yeah. Ooh, that sounds awesome. Some Resident Evil bosses. Dope. Good to hear. Yeah, I gotta make it a scariest game, and I'm gonna see how quickly it takes me to regret it. I would be doing Outlast, but I'm gonna wait till I can put my headphones back on before I do Outlast, just because it's nice to hear it from a headphone perspective, and it will make my reactions to the game a lot more fun. Yeah, I have to listen out for Cosmo and all that stuff. Wait, what's the difference between this Reign of Tyrants and Tyrants of the Commonwealth? Okay, Reign of Tyrants is just the new version of that. That was quick. Yes, I want to talk to cats. Talking to cats sounds like a good plan. Let's get this one downloaded. A suspenseful Lovecraftian. Mod. I'm gonna put this mod after the Whispering Hills mod just because it might edit the ground in front of the Whispering Hills mod and I won't be 100% sure. We're gonna make this game as scary as possible. Are you excited? I'm excited. I love scary games. Well, scary as possible, but not too much arachnid stuff, because that will be like making me feel arachnids crawl over me all 24/7. I'm surprised that there's not any scary spiders in Fallout 4 that I can remember. Just with all the mutated freaky bugs. I don't know if there is any in other Fallouts, but in this one. No, you might delete the new like updates that are from either 2023 or 2024. Just to, a pet log and a pet rock. I don't think I want that. This might be a good one. I need to look closer at it. Yeah, let's get this one. I don't know. Actually, I don't trust it because it might fuck up, like, the living mannequin. What's Harold's Blessing? That looks creepy. Harold used his ability to spread Herbert's seeds to attract wanderers, at first to amuse himself, but then to find a solution to the problem he was in. The key issue was that the purification ceremony necessary for outsiders to gain access to Harold involved drinking hallucinogenic sap derived from Bob, resulting in psychosis and severe mental problems. And most who came to Oasis. He kept trying, hoping to attract someone capable of helping him through his ordeal. Finally, in 2277, he managed to attract the Lone Wanderer. Upon acceptance into the cult, Harold requested that they kill him to spare him the agony of being rooted in one spot for all eternity. Suffering from depression, he pleaded with the Lone Wanderer to end his life, something the tree minders could not do. Alright, sounds good. I'm just gonna double check that it's not this one we want. Yeah, that one's just for vanilla. I thought so, but just in case. Wait, I need to check compatibility. Okay, we don't know if it will cause bugs or issues, so we'll just have to see. let's look through foliage actually. See if there's something we can do to make the forests thicker. Hopefully without breaking the game, because I kind of like the idea of thicker forests. Which I know everything's meant to be dead, but we're just gonna try it. Oh, that looks cool. Okay, I'm gonna go to the start of it because I kind of accidentally just skipped the first things I saw. Okay, it does parallel with Herald. Man, my brain's so rotted by Yellow Jackets. I thought Travis was talking about the Travis from What We Do in, or not, What We Do in the Shadows, and not Yellow Jackets. Yeah. Oh yeah, I do like this mod. I've had it before, and I'll take it again because it's a good one. Let's add some cool hairstyles. Old world hairstyle. Yeah, let's add some horror characters to presets. I don't even know how to use console commands on this. I don't think they exist for that. A little bit. This one too. Oh yes, Leon Kennedy we're getting. Which preset does he exist in? Doesn't say. throw it out. What a silly cat. And then I love the show Peacemaker. Maybe we'll add the Peacemaker preset too. Ah, yeah, we want that. And then I'll just pick between the presets, which female one, which male one I want the most. Just one more scroll through and then okay. Alright, let me quickly just look for the word horror and scary and things like that. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. It's still a work in progress, but we'll give it a try. If it crashes, it crashes. Let's add horrific skeletons too. That looks crazy. I haven't seen this one before. Okay, yeah, we can't do it with tree mods, sadly. What's this one? Yeah, let's add some stories to the... Oh, no, no free space for that one. Yeah, let's add these. What is Maxwell's World? Oh, Grave Encounters. That movie's good. It is based on that movie. Hell yeah, let's do it. Came from Far Harbor. Nah, it doesn't look that scary. I would like a radio with horror stories though. That would be cool. But it needs to be like the right amount. Okay, let's do creepy next. Let's do it. Oh wow, this isn't that small a mod as I thought it would be. That's okay though. I'm gonna check my load order to just see how much space I have left. Of the mods, and then we'll, yeah. Think of what other code words we would need, and then start. Okay, we have 500 megabytes left. And then spooky. Alright, I'm just gonna double check a few things. And then we will by double check a few things. I mean, look at the different categories and see if there's something else I want added. Or decide if there's something I want to delete so that I can download that scary stories thing. Like I can delete these. I need about 900 megabytes though. Let me just look through the radios to see if there was any like cool story ones actually though, because I like the idea of like stories to listen to on the radio. It's the cat's meow. Okay, it's a music one. I want a talking one that tells stories. I like the radio plays. Let's play that. Let me just quickly like because I saw that was on there and I'm like, that looks like a good idea. Let me look at the other horror story ones. I'll just type in horror to get to it. What's broken union? Not something that is necessary. Okay, this might be the one. has pictures of the Russian sleep experiment on it. Just double checking that there's no other ones I prefer. I think I could probably fit both in to the load order actually. And what about the mist? Nah, not that one. Take two. Matchup. Yeah, 'cause each one is. Alright, yeah, we'll wait for this one to download and then the next one. How's everyone doing? Hopefully good, hopefully it's not too tedious to watch me download the mods and then I'm gonna have to put them in order, but then once that happens, it'll be ready. It'll be worth it to make Fallout 4 terrifying, in my humble opinion. Lucy. She attacked her boat. Alright. Then we download this, then we organize, then we're ready. Who's excited? I'm excited. I hope you're excited. I hope this isn't too late. Okay, it's almost ready. Don't mind me, I'm just reaching for your necklace, talking to my mama about this little girl from Texas. What if I got the Sorry. 98%. Almost ready. Alright. Now time to organize load order. I'm assuming we put this after here. Oh no, it just automatically goes up there. Got it. And this means we are just gonna go with the vanilla start too. We're gonna put this behind. Whispering Hills. I really don't know what order to put it on, to be completely honest. But I hope that this order works out well. And if not, we'll actually look up what we're supposed to do. Whoever answers first gets to pick between whether we're going to be Leon Kennedy or Ada Wong. And I will go to, well, no, I'll just go to full screen now and then leave full screen when I have to type something in again. Did it all for the nookie. I'm suddenly kind of hungry, but I feel kind of bad for being hungry right now because I rejected food for a while. And I think I'll annoy everyone, but I'm microwaving myself a bowl of broth. This is crying, isn't it? It is. I'll start microwaving it while this intro thing plays.
War. War never changes. In the year 1945, my great-great-grandfather, serving in the army, wondered when he'd get to go home to his wife and the son he'd never seen. He got his wish when the U.S. ended World War II by dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The world awaited Armageddon. Instead, something miraculous happened. We began to use atomic energy not as a weapon, but as a nearly limitless source of power. People enjoyed luxuries once thought the realm of science fiction. Domestic robots, fusion-powered cars, portable computers. But then, in the 21st century, people awoke from the American dream. Years of consumption led to shortages of every major resource. The entire world unraveled. Peace became a distant memory. It is now the year 2077. We stand on the brink of total war. And I am afraid. For myself. For my wife. For my infant son. Because if my time in the army taught me one thing, it's that war never changes.
Hey, look at that. I returned just in time. I'll get the ramen out of the microwave after.
War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead in the Veterans Hall tonight, hon.
You think?
Okay, since no
Absolutely.
one chose
Now
between
get ready and
Leon
stop
or
hogging the
Ada,
mirror.
Right.
we're gonna choose Leon. And we're gonna make it his actual hair. It allows for that. It's so weird.
New hairstyle. I like it.
Good morning, sir. Your coffee. 173.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Brewed to perfection. And today's newspaper just delivered.
Grognak the Barbarian in the Jungle of the Bat Babies. My favorite. Codsworth.
Enjoy your coffee, sir.
Hey, hon.
We should take Codsworth to be serviced soon.
Whoa, Cosmo.
Like someone made a mistake. I shall attend to young Shaw.
You know, I was nervous at first, but Codsworth's really good with Sean.
But then we're looking at a cold front coming down from Canada, making it crisp and dry for next week's Halloween festivities. Looking in on next week's forecast, we have a high.
I'm so proud of her. Good old USA.
Stationed overseas are experiencing some
Fuck the
unusual
USA.
weather as well. On the island of Montbijou, it's cold, unseasonable
Nuka-Cola. Ice cold.
but the 5th Infantry
Saddle up Salisbury steak. Rated A+.
will be easier for a mechanized Hellcat to drive any screaming commie memes.
Can you get that? It's probably that salesman. He comes for you every day.
Good morning.
Vault-Tec calling.
Inescapably American. And refer
Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying.
No worries, sir. No worries at all. I'm not selling anything. Not today. You can't begin to know how happy I am to finally speak with you. I've been trying for days. It's a matter of utmost urgency, I assure you.
What's so important?
Why, nothing less than your entire future. If you haven't noticed, sir, this country has gone to heck in a handbasket. If you'll excuse my language, the big kaboom is... It's inevitable, I'm afraid. And coming sooner than you may think. If you catch my meaning... Now, I know you're a busy fellow, so I won't take up much of your time.
This hits a bit
Time
harder
being
after bombing Iran. Not
precious
as
commodity.
hard, but still.
I'm here today
Really
to
not
tell
that
you that because of your family's service to our country, you have been pre-selected for entrance into the local vault. Vault 111.
But there's room for my entire family, right?
Of course, of course. Miner's your robot, naturally. In fact, you're already cleared for entrance. It's just a matter of verifying some information. Don't want there to be any holdups in the unforeseen event of total atomic annihilation. It won't take but a moment.
Now, I can't wait for the world to end.
That's the spirit. Now,
Oh, no,
let's see.
I didn't want them to get into it, but well, too late. Leon Kennedy.
Wonderful. That's everything.
Probably should've
Just gonna walk this over to the vault. Congratulations on being prepared for the future.
Thanks again.
Get it when I was
It's
ready
peace
for
of
it, but
mind.
whatever.
That's worth a little paperwork, right?
For you and Sean, no price is too high.
Good answer.
I have my moments.
Vault-Tec announced a continuation.
Mr. Kennedy, Sean has been changed, but he absolutely refuses to calm down. I think he needs some of that paternal affection you seem to be so good at.
You heard Codsworth. Go on.
You want to see Leon Kennedy in Fallout, Xander? It's just a mod. Yeah. Become suddenly popular. Wish that they would make a James and Heather mod already. Angela, all those people. Alright, let me just mix my ramen seasoning in real quick.
How are the two most important men in my life doing? Spin the mobile a bit. He loves that.
I'm gonna switch it back to first person.
Hey, how's my little guy? Much better now, huh? Listen, after breakfast, I was thinking we could head to the park for a bit. Weather should hold up.
And do what exactly?
Sir?
I'm trying to find the dumbest
should come and
dialogue
see
options
this.
possible for each
Codsworth,
interaction.
what's
'cause
wrong?
It's Leon Kennedy, yeah. It's gonna be fun to do that. Let me quickly. people who don't use the whole bulldog hot sauce packet are just taste delicious. It's not things Thai babies.
Huh?
What's wrong with Codsworth?
Stirring it. Talk to Codsworth. But wait, I'm stirring it. Okay. I'm gonna keep stirring it after I talk to Cogsworth. After I talk to Cogsworth. Ha 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 ha. Get it?
Followed by...
Because cock means
Yes,
penis.
followed by flashes, blinding flashes. Sounds of explosions. We're trying to get confirmation.
What?
We seem to have lost contact with our affiliate stations. We do have coming in. That's confirmed reports. I repeat, confirmed reports of nuclear detonations in New York and Pennsylvania. My God.
Oh my god.
We need to get to the vault. Now!
Okay, but
Let's go.
pause it. So I can finish stirring this one.
Residents of Sanctuary Hills, if you are registered, evacuate to Vault 111 immediately.
Go too far in that direction, otherwise everything's gonna explode. There's the
The
lesbian.
nukes are coming. Those communist bastards.
Anti-communist
This is it.
lesbian.
This is the end.
Residents of Sanctuary Hills, if you are registered, evacuate to Vault 111 immediately.
Excuse me.
Leave the bag. Who cares? Just help me pack it up.
That's absurd! I am honest.
You don't get in.
I'm going in.
We need to get in. We're on the list.
Infant, adult male, adult female. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Good luck, ma'am. You two, follow me. Come on.
What's gonna happen to all those people outside the gate?
Everything we can. Now keep moving. Step on the platform in the center.
Almost there. We're gonna be okay. I love you. Both of you.
We love you too. Oh my god!
Man, I still love it. Like, I know if Dementia doesn't know that this
Hold
is a
on!
third game with other moments. It's like she's like, oh, this is much nicer than that other game you were playing where they were making America. And like another part, I forgot what. She's Australian, which is why I use that accent.
We did
That's
it.
probably a bad Australian
We made it.
accent.
Everyone please step off the elevator and proceed up the stairs in an orderly
That was a
fashion.
request
No need to
from
worry,
one of the
folks.
Google survey
We'll get
answers.
everyone situated in your new home. Vault 111. A better future underground.
So we just...
Yes, up the stairs.
I can't believe it. If we had left a minute later.
No, we don't. Don't get caught up thinking about that. You're safe now.
Here for you.
Just this way, please.
Please proceed in an orderly fashion.
This way.
Sounds good.
Step over to the table, take a seat.
You'll need your seats before
Thanks.
we get any further.
What now?
Just follow the doctor. He'll show you where to go.
All right, you three. Follow me.
Just this way.
See? This is our new home.
Oh, you're gonna love
I don't like that idea.
This is one of our most advanced facilities. Not that the others aren't great, mind you. It's gone.
Better than what's
Our
outside.
home. Everything we had.
My mother and father down in D.C.
Yeah, I
How
really
long
should
do you
play
think we'll be
Fallout
down?
3 and then try out
Oh,
that
we'll be
Alaska
going over all that in
DLC.
orientation. Just a few medical items we have to get through first.
It's a good fit, don't you
Just
think?
checking
The
everyone
vault suit
off
is
the list
designed
as
to
they
be
come in.
fashionable as well as comfortable.
Prepared for the future, right?
Such a lovely family you have. I hope you'll see this as your new home.
Hey there.
This way, please. Just step in here and put your vault suit on. The pod will decontaminate and depressurize you before we head deeper in the vault. Just relax.
Time for a whole new life.
Resident secure. Occupant vitals normal. Procedure complete. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spicy ramen is one of the best foods in the world.
Manual override initiated. Priority
I'm not gonna eat. I don't actually know because it has cancer warning on it.
This is the one. Here.
I usually don't eat it that often anyway because it's not as expensive as other
Everything's gonna be fine. Let the boy go. I will continue once.
I'm not giving you shot.
Let's go. At least we still have the backup.
Cryogenic array. Most residents must vacate immediately.
Welcome to Robco Industries. TM. Termlink, thank you for choosing Vault Tech. So yeah, all of our support stuff is going to take on the phone and stuff.
Critical failure in cryogenic array. Malfunction is cryopod manual release override.
God. Why would Vault-Tec do this?
It would actually be so cool if your spouse survived in like the beginning part, actually, the tutorial at least, and then like maybe certain decisions lead to their life or death thing. There's probably a mod for it, but still.
Cryogenic bay. Residents must vacate.
Here's the instruction. Confidential, confidential, confidential. Security eyes only. Violation VIP 01011. Vault 111 is designed to test for the long-term effects of suspended animation on unaware queuing subjects. Security staff are responsible for maintaining installation integrity and monitoring science staff activity. Under no circumstances are staff allowed to deviate from assigned duties. Insubordination or interference with vault operations are capital offenses. Security staff are authorized to use lethal force. Operation Protocol Manual. Resident admittance. Upon activation, notice from Vault Tech, all personnel are required to report to entry area and assist with admittance of Vault residents. Secure personnel will maintain order and ensure that no personnel or residents attempt to evacuate the vault. Research staff will be responsible for resident intake and escort each to the designed cryogenic pod. Residents are not accounted for in the manifest. Should be asked to step aside and detained forcefully by security if necessary. Once all residents have been sealed into their preservation chambers, dispose of any detainees. Vault entryway must remain sealed under any... Yeah, that's all. We don't have to worry about all of that, unless it's like particularly interesting to you guys to know. I want to read the security logs, and then we'll do that. Oh, so this one is October 23rd, 2077. God, it finally happened. The world's over. Barely got all the residents inside. Not everyone made it. Now it's just us and the icebergs. I don't get it. Eggheads tried to explain to me that keeping them frozen is a big experiment. For a better future or something. I don't know. It just doesn't seem right that we were smiling at them all that time before putting them on ice. Shouldn't we have told them something? December 25th, 2077. Christmas Underground got together with the rest of the security boys and support staff and had a little party. Best gift that got handed out was a fancy lad snack cake that wasn't too stale. None of the scientists came. Overseer wasn't there either. I just don't get them. They hiding something from us? Another company secret only for the higher-ups? Whatever. Just a few more months until the all clear is supposed to come through. Then we can start rebuilding. March 14, 2078. Only a few weeks left in our mandatory shelter period. Everyone's getting stir crazy. Some people are even saying the all clear signal is never coming. We can't stray here much longer. That's for sure. It's not just the fact that I've been staring at the same break room and bunk for over 6 months. It's the fact that we only have enough food left for another few months, tops. The overseer keeps telling everyone to be patient, focus on work. He's definitely keeping us out of the loop. Something bad is going on. I just know it. April 23rd, 2078. The main door accessing the vault exit is malfunctioning. Now the only way out is through the Overseer's evacuation tunnel. How convenient for him. He has one of the science team watching the door into his office at all times from a little makeshift checkpoint. Got invited to a meeting tonight. Support staffers and security only. Sounds like I'm not the only one with an axe to grind. Last entry. No all clear from Vault Tech is coming. We need to leave. We're all but out of food. I almost murdered Stanley for dropping a damn salt cracker on the floor. A handful of us confronted the Overseer about opening up the vault. I never knew a man that small could shout that loud. Now he's locked himself in his office along with the rest of the science staff. We're supposed to hand over any food, weapons, and medicine we have by tonight, or there's going to be consequences. I've talked to everyone. It's time. One way or another, we're getting out of this vault. Sounds like another experiment was happening to security alongside the residents.
Critical failure in cryogenic. Incidents must vacate immediately.
I'm trying to remember how to... Oh, right, I need to pick where to access menu.
Cryogenic array. Incidents must vacate.
Giant roaches? What the hell?
Sounds like Leon Kennedy's reaction, honestly. Oh, SKK Survival Utilities, that's a almost necessary mod. That's like the one cheap mod that I always use. Oh well, let's see how long I can tolerate without it. Like it has little things like fill all bottles in inventory and stuff. Let's see why that would feel nice. Let's play around with that recreational terminal, actually. Damn, only 2 years before the apocalypse. I thought maybe I could. I could move the flowers. I'm not being a little loud at all. Okay. I'm really bad at this one. I've never gotten good at any of the mini games in it. I'm only gonna try it once, but just whenever I need a break in the game, I'll try playing a mini game. I can't just jump up the ladder. It doesn't make sense for like most action video games. Alright, taking a bite of my spicy ramen. As in, Overseer menu. Remember, use of the recreational terminal is a privilege. If work performance declines, this privilege may be revoked. Enjoy responsibly. had no freedom in this place, did they? It's the end of the world and you can't play as many video games as you like. I mean, I understand taking turns maybe, but other than that, who the fuck cares that much? I think I accidentally walked backwards. I did. It also kind of sounds like Leon's voice, doesn't it? A bit more than...
What happened here? Where is everyone?
I just read the whole thing about it.
Is this all that's left? Let's read the log. Preparations. The final staff orientation is complete. All but a few of the residents down in the Sanctuary Hills have been enrolled, and several from Concord as well. Vault Tech supervisors came up this week to do a technical review with me. This vault is ready to open. I can only imagine what wonders our residents will get to witness. The notion of leaping forward in time, I almost wish I could join them and see the promise of our future realized. October 23rd. It's happening. We were lucky that most of the staff was nearby when the early warning came through. We had less notice than expected, but only Nordhagen was missing when we sealed the entrance. Resident admittance went smoothly. Everyone made it, even a family that waited until the last minute. I was worried there would be more people, or there would be more suspicion. But things happened so fast. For these people, they must have been too overwhelmed to question the cryogenic pods. Systems malfunction. Strange issue today with pod C3.
The subject appeared to have heart palpitations, nothing life-threatening, but unusual. We realized almost too late that the pod was malfunctioning. The cryogenic array almost started thawing her out. We're not sure, but I suspect the hiccup in Vault-Tech's remote override systems may have sent an errant signal. We'll have to keep an eye out. I only hope their systems are reliable once we evacuate the staff. Supply is running low. There's been no all-clear signal yet, even though we're nearing the end of the 180-day mandatory shelter period. Supplies were never intended to last much more than that. And despite my best efforts, people are beginning to question what we're doing down here. If people think we can just leave when the 180 days are up, they're insane. The radioactive exposure would still be potent enough to fry everyone. If the vault seals are breached that early, the whole point of the all clear was to receive additional instructions from the main office. I don't know what to do. I can't open the vault. I can't expect our supplies to last forever. I just have to keep everything under control until the all clear. Mutiny. A faction led by the security personnel have turned on me, demanding they be allowed to leave the vault. Idiots. I will not open the door to be irradiated to death out there. I'm consolidating the remaining supplies, putting the staff on lockdown. We're going to have to start prioritizing who deserves what little food we have left. I've been too damn generous with the rations. If people don't like it, well, that's fewer mouths to feed. So, you see both sides of that story. I'm such a centrist.
The terminal's gotta be
Oh, I
somewhere.
have to open. Well, so far so good on not crashing and stuff. It's a good sign.
Is anyone alive? Did anyone get out?
Dang, I forgot it's not Skyrim and I won't just sneak roll when I run while squatting. 1 month, and I find it almost necessary, pretty much. That's something.
The boy growled. Mother, I am hungry. Fetch me a horse to eat. I will not, she screamed and kicked him again. We have no more horses. You have devoured them all.
Vault door cycling sequence initiated. Please stand back.
We will not. The boy's brother screamed. No more cows. You ate them all up, every last one. At this, the boy stood and
I'm gonna quickly change some of the audio stuff. Put the radio on.
I am stuck. The boy moaned. What is that? There's nothing left here. Richard cried. Go on. Find food elsewhere. The boy did as he was told. That same day, he began wandering the countryside, devouring every animal he could find. Within days, Richard received word from his neighbors that something terrible had happened. Someone's been taking all my livestock. His neighbor cried. They're taking our only daughter. Richard knew it was his boy that had done it, but was too ashamed to admit it. Perhaps it will keep you out, Richard said.
Enjoy your return to the surface, and thank you for choosing Vault Tech.
Have a look, I'll go look myself. Well, perhaps you're right, his neighbor replied. I'll go check out the fields and return with news. But the neighbor did not return in several hours, so Richard sent his oldest son off to find him. The night came, and still his son had not returned. Richard sent his second oldest son to find the others. Then at noon, his third boy rode off as well. By dinner that night, not one of them returned. Finally, the farmer's wife offered to go and look for her sons. She said, until I know my boys are home safe. She protested, but could not change her mind. So she rode off as well and left him there, alone. Many hours passed in darkness. Richard's wife was not home yet, and there was still no sign of his sons or his neighbor. He was quite worried, but exhausted too, and after some time, drifted off to sleep. He was awakened in the night by a sound at his bedside. He shot up in bed immediately and held his breath. It was
Let's see what this one.
You came in time, Doctor.
Lady Usher, you shouldn't allow your brother to excite you.
There's a cruel streak in him at times. Surprisingly like my grandfather.
Wait till I am like somewhere else.
Hey, you! Please, help me. I'm desperate, I swear. I mean you no harm. Please, help me as one parent to another. How do you know I'm a father? Who are you? Right now, I'm just a father trying to find his daughter.
Okay, you have my attention. Please get to the point.
Okay, hear me out. I know you came out of that vault. In fact, I've been trying to get in there for a very long time now.
Like, you've been watching me?
Yes, I'm sorry. I mean you no trouble, of course. However... Look, my name is Harry Manson. It's been over 12 years now since some religious fanatics kidnapped my daughter. Ever since that day, the Commonwealth has changed. This fog, this silence, and, well, the darkness. Don't misunderstand me, the Commonwealth is no spring chicken. But this fog isn't radiation, and the abominations that parade through the streets are not mutated. I don't know how much they taught you in that vault, but I doubt there's a manual for this.
That's horrifying. These wackos took my Sean?
Yes, I'm afraid so. But I know where they took him. I've been tracking these cult members for a long time, mostly waiting for them to make a move. Now they've stolen a baby from this vault and spoke of some unholy marriage. Probably some prophecy. I don't care. The sons of bitches took my child and yours to the Dunwich Horrors, a monument of the old world's greed.
But the other one, yeah, I think so. It's just certain things I talked about. Something else at least the one. So this one probably did not get put behind the paywall unless I feel like it. So, we'll see.
Dunwich Horrors. Alright, it's marked on my map. I'll go there as soon as possible.
Wait, before you go, you must understand something. You're looking for a door, maybe just a hole in the ground, but you'll know it when you get there. Behind that door is a place called Whispering Hills. I've spied on these cult members for a while, and I don't know much. They were talking about bringing them to this place called Whispering Hills. They also mumbled something about a dream world and synths, but I don't honestly know what they meant.
I don't know how much of that I believe, but I'll go to this Whispering Hills and see for myself.
I'm afraid you need to trust me a little. You're the only connection to my daughter right now. Please help me. Who knows what these crazy people will do if they have their way.
Alright, I'll head out and see what I can see.
Thank you so much. Do you need to know anything else?
I should go.
Please be careful. The darkness will come again shortly. You should find shelter for the night. Oh, welcome back. Any news?
I was just picking up stuff and...
Yet that house, to the two persons in possession of certain information, equals or outranks in horror the wildest fantasy of the genius who so often passed it unknowingly and stands starkly leering as a symbol of all that is unutterably hideous. The house was, and for that matter still is, of a kind to attract the attention of the curious. Originally a farm or semi-farm building, it followed the average New England colonial lines of the middle 18th century, the prosperous peak-roofed sort, with 2 stories and a dormerless attic, and with a Georgian doorway and interior paneling dictated by the progress of taste at the time. It faced south, with one gable end buried to the lower windows in the eastward rising hill, and the other exposed to the foundations toward the street. Its construction, over a century and a half ago, had followed the grading and straightening of the road in that especial vicinity. For Benefit Street, at first called Back Street, was laid out as a lane winding amongst the graveyards of the first settlers, and straightened only when the removal of the bodies to the north burial ground made it decently possible to cut through the old family plots. At the start, the western wall had lain some 20 feet up a precipitous lawn from the roadway, but a widening of the street at about the time of the Revolution sheared off most of the intervening space, exposing the foundation so that the brick basement wall had to be made, giving the deep cellar a street frontage.
God,
Doors
they did it.
Windows above ground.
Those bastards really did it.
Travel.
Everything's dead.
When the sidewalk
Everything's
was laid
dead.
in the century,
Yes,
last
the
of
garden.
the intervening space
The posies have been problematic, I admit.
must have seen only
If only the missus were here to help.
gray brick.
Where is she, by the
Sidewalk,
by?
and surmounted at a height of 10 feet by the antique shingled bulk of the house proper.
They
The
came
farm-like
into the
grounds
vault.
extended back very deeply up the hill, almost to
Maybe you saw them. Armed, wearing strange outfits.
Only Miss Rose's boy running around in his Halloween costume. More than a week early. I swear, the nerve of that woman leaving her brat unsupervised.
narrow steps.
Not like this family, sir. You and the missus have always been such a responsible
And
couple.
neglected gardens.
Where is she,
Cement
by the
burns,
by?
rusted kettles fallen from tripods, knotty sticks,
They-
and similar paraphernalia set off the
They killed
weather-beaten
her.
front door.
Sir, these things you're saying, these terrible things, I believe you need a distraction. Yes, a distraction to calm this dire mood. It's been ages since we've had a proper family activity. Checkers, or perhaps charades. Sean does so love that game. Is the land with you?
Plainly unhealthy, perhaps because of the dampness.
Sean's
fungus growth.
been kidnapped.
General sickish smell. that
But I'm going to
drives
find him.
always with the quality of
I'm going to get my son back.
It's worse than I thought.
And these were all that
You're suffering from hunger-induced paranoia.
Only the noble
Not eating properly for 200 years will do that, I'm afraid.
Whipple revealed to me at length the darker, vaguer surmise.
God damn it, tell me what's going on. 200 years? That's insane.
A bit over 210, actually, sir. Or give or take a little. The Earth's rotation and some minor dings to the old chronometer. That means you're 2 centuries late for dinner. Perhaps I can whip you up a snack? You must be famished.
There were no widespread
Codsworth,
of rattling
you're acting
chains, cold currents of air,
a little weird.
extinguished lights, or
What's wrong?
faces at the
I...
sometimes said the
Oh,
house.
sir, it's been just
That
horrible.
is as far
2 centuries with no one to talk to, no one to serve. I spent the first 10 years trying to keep the floors waxed. Nothing gets out nuclear fallout from vinyl wood. Nothing. And don't get me started about the futility of dusting a collapsed house.
Did it seem
And
that
the car! The car! How do you polish rust?
the sooner from whatever tendency to
Whoa, whoa.
see
Focus,
we
Codsworth.
had.
I'm afraid I don't know anything, sir. The bombs came and all of you left in such a hurry. I thought for certain you and your family were
Spoke ill for the
dead.
seriousness of the building.
I did find this olive tape. I believe the missus was going to present it to you as a surprise.
For my
Then,
insistent question led my uncle to
everything
show me
happened.
which finally embarked us both on our hideous
Well.
investigation.
It's something.
In my
Let it
childhood,
serve as a reminder, sir, of
with bears,
happier days.
terrible
Now,
trees,
enough feeling sorry for myself. Shall we search the neighborhood together? Mrs. and young Sean may turn up yet.
never lingered. We boys used to overrun the place.
All right.
I still recall my youthful
Lead the way.
How to serve, sir?
sinister vegetation that the eldritch atmosphere and odor of the dilapidated house, whose unlocked front door was often entered in quest of shutters. The small paned windows were largely broken, and a nameless air of desolation hung around the precarious panel. Shaky interior shutters, peeling wallpaper, fallen plastic, rickety staircases, and such fragments of battered furniture as the dust and cobwebs added their touch. And brave indeed was the voluntarily ascend the ladder to the attic. A vast raftered only by small
Yeah, I'm
winking
gonna grab
windows
that
at the gable
survival
ends,
utility.
filled with
Put it
amassed
next time I
wreckage
fall
of
asleep
chests,
in the game.
chairs, and spinning wheels, which infinite years of deposit had shrouded and festooned into monstrous and hellish shapes. But, after all, the attic was not the most terrible part of the house. It was the dang, humid cellar, which somehow exerted the strongest propulsion on us, even though it was wholly above ground on the street side, with only a thin door and window grills separated from the busy sidewalk. We scarcely knew whether to haunt it in spectral fascination or to shun it for the sake of our souls and our sanity. For one thing, the bad odor of the house was strongest there, and for another thing, we did not like the white fungus growth which occasionally sprang up in rainy summer weather from the hard earth floor. Those fungi, pesky like the vegetation in the yard outside, were truly horrible in their outlines. Detestable parodies of toadstools and Indian pipes, whose like we had never seen in any other situation.
They're really gone, aren't
It
they?
at one stage became slightly phosphorescent, so that
Sean's out there, Codsworth.
Sometimes
I need to find him.
What about Conker, sir? Any people there? Last I checked, they only pummeled me with sticks a few times before I had to run back home.
in this cellar by night. But in some of
I like these people already.
Oh, good. Maybe you'll get along then, and they can help you find young Sean.
There was also a subtler thing we often thought we detected. A very strange thing which was, however, merely suggestive at most. I referred to the sort of cloudy whitish pattern on the dirt floor. A vague shifting deposit of mold or niter, which we sometimes thought we could trace amidst the sparse fungus growths near the huge fireplace of the basement kitchen. Once in a while, it struck us that this patch bore an uncanny resemblance to a doubled-up human figure, though generally no such kinship existed, and often there was no whitish deposit whatever. On a certain rainy afternoon, when this illusion seemed phenomenally strong, and when, in addition, I had fancied I glimpsed a kind of thin, yellowish, shimmering exhalation rising from the nitrous pattern toward the yawning fireplace, I spoke to my uncle about the matter. He smiled at this odd conceit, but it seemed that his smile was tinged with reminiscence. Later, I heard that a similar notion entered into some of the wild ancient tales of the common folk. A notion, likewise, alluding to ghoulish, wolfish shapes taken by smoke from the great chimney, and queer contours assumed by certain of the sinuous tree roots that thrust their way into the cellar through the loose foundation stones. Not until my adult years did my uncle set before me the notes and data which he had collected concerning the shunned house. Dr. Whipple was a sane, conservative physician of the old school. For all his interest in the place, was not eager to encourage young thoughts toward the abnormal. His own view, postulating simply a building and location of markedly unsanitary qualities, had nothing to do with abnormality, but he realized that the very picturesqueness which aroused his own interest would, in a boy's fanciful mind, take on all manner of gruesome, imaginative associations. The doctor was a bachelor, white-haired, clean-shaven, old-fashioned gentleman, and a local historian of note who had often broken lance with such controversial guardians of tradition as Sidney S. Ryder and Thomas W. Bicknell.
Sweet.
He lived with one manservant in a Georgian homestead with knocker and iron-railed steps, balanced eerily on a steep ascent of North Court Street, beside the ancient brick port and colony house where his grandfather, a cousin of that celebrated privateersman, Captain Whipple, who burnt His Majesty's armed schooner Gaspé in 1772, had voted in the legislature on May 4th, 1776, for the independence of the Rhode Island colony. Around him, in the damp, low-ceiled library with musty white paneling, heavy carved over mantel, and small paned, vine-shaded windows were the relics and records of his ancient family, among which were many dubious allusions to the Shun House in Benefit Street. That Est Soit lies not far distant, for Benefit runs ledgewise just above the courthouse along the precipitous hill up which the first settlement climbed. When in the end my insistent pestering and maturing ears evoked from my uncle the hoarded lore I sought, there lay before me a strange enough chronicle, a long-winded, statistical, and drearily genealogical as some of the matter was. There reigned through it a continuous thread of brooding, tenacious horror and preternatural malevolence which impressed me even more than it had impressed the good doctor. Separate events fitted together uncannily, and seemingly irrelevant details held minds of hideous possibilities. A new and burning curiosity grew in me, compared to which my boyish curiosity was feeble and incolored. The first revelation led to an exhaustive research, and finally to that shuddering quest which proved so disastrous to myself and mine. For at last, my uncle insisted on joining the search I had commenced, and after a certain night in that house, he did not come away with me. I am lonely without that gentle soul, whose long years were
I'm
filled
gonna turn up the radio even more. Actually.
only with honor, virtue, good taste, benevolence, and learning. I have reared a marble urn to his memory in St. John's Churchyard, the place that Poe loved. The hidden grove of giant willows on the hill, where tombs and headstones huddled quietly between the hoary bulk of the church and the houses and bank walls of Benefit Street. The history of the house, opening amidst a maze of dates, revealed no trace of the sinister either about its construction or about the preposterous and honorable family who built it. Yet, from the first, the taint of calamity soon increased to boding significance was apparent. My uncle's carefully compiled record began with the building of the structure in 1763 and followed the theme with an unusual amount of detail. The shunned house, it seems, was first inhabited by William Harris and his wife, Roby Dexter, with their children, Elkanah, born in 1755, Abigail, born in 1757, William Jr., born in 1759, and Ruth, born in 1761. Harris was a substantial merchant and seaman in the West India trade, connected with the firm of Obadiah Brown and his nephews. After Brown's death in 1761, the new firm of Nicholas Brown and Company made him master of the brig Prudence, Providence built, of 120 tons, thus enabling him to erect the new homestead he had desired ever since his marriage. The site he had chosen, a recently straightened part of the new and fashionable back street, which ran along the side of the hill above crowded Cheapside, was all that could be wished, and the building did justice to the location. It was the best that moderate means could afford, and Harris hastened to move in before the birth of a fifth child, which the family expected. That child, born in December.
Let me double check on my cat real quick. I think she's doing something.
But was stillborn. Nor was any child to be born alive in that house for a century and a half. The next April sickness occurred among the children, and Abigail and Ruth died before the month was over. Dr. Joe Ives diagnosed the trouble as some infantile fear, though others declared it was more of a mere wasting away or decline. It seemed, in any event, to be contagious, for Hannibal, one of the two servants, died of it the following June. Eli Ledison, the other servant, constantly complained of weakness, and would have returned to his father's farm in Rehoboth, but for a sudden attachment for Maida Bell Pierce, who was hired to succeed Hannah. He died the next year, a sad year indeed, since it marked the death of William Harris himself, enfeebled as he was by the climate of Martinique, where his occupation had kept him for considerable periods during the preceding decade. The widowed Ruby Harris never recovered from the shock of her husband's death, and the passing of her firstborn, Elkanah, 2 years later, was the final blow to her reason. In 1768, she fell victim to a mild form of insanity and was thereafter confined to the upper part of the house, her elder maiden sister, Mercy Dexter, having moved in to take charge of the family. Mercy was a plain, raw-boned woman of great strength, but her health visibly declined from the time of her advent. She was greatly devoted to her unfortunate sister and had an especial affection for her only surviving nephew, William, who had from a sturdy infant become a sickly, spindling lad. In this year, the servant, Maida Bell, died, and the other servant, Preserved Smith, left without coherent explanation, or at least with only some wild tales and a complaint that he disliked the smell of the place. For a time, Mercy could secure no more help, since the 7 deaths and case of madness, all occurring within 5 years' space, had begun to set in motion the body of fireside rumor, which later became so bizarre. Ultimately, however, she obtained new servants from out of town. Anne White, a morose woman from that part of North Kingstown, now set off as the township of Exeter, and a capable Boston man named Zenas Lowe. It was Anne White who first gave definitive shape to the sinister idle talk. Mercy should have known better than to hire anyone from Nooseneck Hill country, for that remote bit of backwoods was then, as now, a seat of the most uncomfortable superstitions. As lately as 1892, an Exeter community exhumed a dead body and ceremoniously burnt its heart in order to prevent certain alleged visitations injurious to the public health and peace, and one may imagine the point of view of the same section in 1768.
And there are a few mods that are basically essential for the gameplay, in my opinion. As I had said before. But in case you somehow missed me saying that, now you can hear me say it again. Then I'm just gonna look at a few clothing mods. I wish it wouldn't glitch the mods that I favorited. Alright, that should be good enough. Resident Evil 4 tags and stuff.
Imagine the point of view of the same section in 1768. Anne's tongue was perniciously active, and within a few months, Mercy discharged her, filling her place with the faithful and amiable Amazon from Newport, Maria Robbins. While poor Roby Harris, in her madness, gave voice to dreams and imaginings of the most hideous sort. At times her screams became insupportable, and for long periods she would utter shrieking horrors which necessitated her son's temporary residence with his cousin, Halleck Harris, in Presbyterian Lane near the new college building. The boy would seem to improve after these visits, and had Mercy been as wise as she was well-meaning, she would have let him live permanently with Halleck. Just what Miss Harris cried out in her fits of violence, tradition hesitates to say, or rather present such extravagant accounts that they nullify themselves through sheer absurdity. Certainly, it sounds absurd to hear that a woman educated only in the rudiments of French often shouted for hours in a coarse and idiomatic form of that language, but that the same person, alone and guarded, complained wildly of a staring thing which bit and chewed at her. In 1772, the servant Zenas died, and when Mrs. Harris heard of it, she laughed with a shockingly delight utterly foreign to her. The next year, she herself died, and was laid to rest in the North Burial Ground beside her husband. Upon the outbreak of trouble with Great Britain in 1775, William Harris, despite his scant 16 years and feeble constitution, managed to enlist in the Army of Observation under General Greene, and from that time on enjoyed a steady rise in health and prestige. In 1780, as a captain in Rhode Island forces in New Jersey under Colonel Angell, he met and married Phoebe Hetfield of Elizabethtown, whom he brought to Providence upon his honorable discharge in the following year. The young soldier's return was not a thing of unmitigated happiness. The house, and it's true, was still in good condition, and the street had been widened and changed in name from Back Street to Benefit Street. But Mercy Dexter's once robust frame had undergone a sad and curious decay, so that she was now a stooped and pathetic figure with hollow voice and disconcerting pallor. Qualities shared to a singular degree by the one remaining servant, Maria. In the autumn of 1872, Phoebe Harris gave birth to a stillborn daughter, and on the 15th of the next May, Mercy Dexter took leave of a useful, austere, and virtuous life. William Harris, at last thoroughly convinced of the radically unhealthful nature of his abode, now took steps toward quitting it and closing it forever. Securing temporary quarters for himself and his wife at the newly opened Golden Ball Inn, he arranged for the building of a new and finer house in Westminster Street, in the growing part of the town across the Great Bridge. There, in 1785, his son Duty was born, and there the family dwelt till the encroachments of commerce drove them back across the river and over the hill to Angel Hill, in the new East Side Residence District, where the late Archer Harris built his sumptuous but hideous French roof mansion in 1876. William and Phoebe both succumbed to the yellow fever epidemic of 1797, but Duty was brought up by his cousin, Rathbone Harris, Hillock's son. Rathbone was a practical man and rented the Benefit Street house despite William's wish to keep it vacant. He considered it an obligation to his ward to make the most of all the boy's property. Nor did he concern himself with the deaths and illnesses which caused so many changes of tenants, with a steadily growing aversion with which the house was generally regarded. It is likely that he only felt vexation when, in 1804, the town council ordered him to fumigate the place with sulfur, tar, and gum camphor on account of the much-discussed deaths of 4 persons, presumably caused by the then diminishing fever epidemic. They said the place had a maple smell. Duty himself thought little of the house, for he grew up to be a privateersman and served with distinction on the Vigilant under Captain Cahoon in the War of 1812. He returned unharmed, married in 1814, and became a father on that memorable night of September 23, 1815, when a great gale drove the waters of the bay over half the town and floated a tall sloop well up Westminster Street so that its masts almost tapped the Harris windows in symbolic information that the new boy, Welcome, was the seaman's son. Welcome did not survive his father, but lived to perish gloriously at Fredericksburg in 1862. Neither he nor his son Archer knew of the shunned houses, other than a nuisance almost impossible to rent, perhaps on account of the mustiness and sick odor of decrepit old age. Indeed, it was never rented, after a series of deaths culminating in 1861, which the excitement of the war tended to throw into obscurity. Carrington Harris, last of the male line, knew it only as a deserted and somewhat picturesque center of legend, until I told him my experience. He had meant to tear it down and build an apartment house on the site, but after my account decided to let it stand, install plumbing, and rent it. Nor has he yet had any difficulty in obtaining tenants. The horror is gone. It may well be imagined how powerfully I was affected by the annals of the Harrises. In this continuous record, there seemed to me to brood a persistent evil beyond anything in nature as I had known. An evil clearly connected with the house and not with the family. This impression was confirmed by my uncle's less systemic array of miscellaneous data. Legends transcribed from servant gossip, cuttings from the papers, copies of death certificates by fellow physicians, and the like. All of this material I cannot hope to give, for my uncle was a tireless antiquarian and very deeply interested in the shunned house. But I may refer to several dominant points which earned notice by their recurrence through many reports from diverse sources. For example, the servant gossip was practically unanimous in attributing to the fungus and malodorous cellar of the house a vast supremacy and evil influence. There had been servants, and White especially, who would not use the cellar kitchen, and at least 3 well-defined legends bore upon the queer quasi-human or diabolic outlines assumed by tree roots and patches of mold in that region. These latter narratives interested me profoundly on account of what I had seen in my boyhood, but I felt most of the significance had in each case been largely obscured by additions from the common stock of local ghost lore. Anne White, with her Exodus superstition, had promulgated the most extravagant and at the same time most consistent tale, alleging that there must lie buried beneath the house one of those vampires, the dead who retain their bodily form and live on the blood or breath of the living, whose hideous legions send their preying shapes or spirits abroad by night. To destroy a vampire, one must, as grandmothers say, exhume it and burn its heart, or at least drive a stake through that organ. And Anne's dogged insistence on a search under the cellar had been prominent in bringing about her discharge. Her tales, however, commanded a wide audience, and were the more readily accepted because the house indeed stood on land once used for burial purposes. To me, their interest depended less on this circumstance than on the peculiarly appropriated way in which they dovetailed with certain other things. The complaint of the departing servant, Preserved Smith, who had preceded Anne and never heard her, that something sucked his breath at night. The death certificates of fever victims of 1804, issued by Dr. Chad Hopkins, and the showing that the 4 deceased persons all unaccountably lacking in blood. The obscure passages of poor Ruby Harris's Ravens, where she complained of a sharp breath of a glassy-eyed, half-visible presence.
I'm not insane. Restarting at that fucking spot. Oh well.
Injurious to the public health and peace, and one may imagine the point of view of the same section in 1768. Anne's tongue was perniciously active, and within a few months Mercy discharged her, filling her place with the faithful and amiable Amazon from Newport, Maria Robbins. While poor Ruby Harris, in her madness, gave voice to dreams and imaginings of the most hideous sort. At times her screams became insupportable, and for long periods she would utter shrieking horrors which necessitated her son's temporary residence with his cousin, Haley Harris, in Presbyterian Lane near the new college building. The boy would seem to improve after these visits, and had Mercy been as wise as she was well-meaning, she would have let him live permanently with Billy. Just what Miss Harris cried out in her fits of violence, tradition hesitates to say, or rather present such extravagant accounts that they nullify themselves through sheer absurdity. Certainly, it sounds absurd to hear that a woman educated only in the rudiments of French often shouted for hours in a coarse and idiomatic form of that language, or that the same person, alone and guarded, complained wildly of a staring thing which bit and chewed at her. In 1772, the servant Zanders died, and when Mrs. Harris heard of it, she laughed with a shockingly delight utterly foreign to her. The next year, she herself died, and was laid to rest in the North Burial Ground beside her husband. Upon the outbreak of trouble with Great Britain in 1775, William Harris, despite his scant 16 years and feeble constitution, managed to enlist in the Army of Observation under General Greene, and from that time on enjoyed a steady rise in health and prestige. 1780, as a captain in Rhode Island forces in New Jersey under Colonel Anschel, he met and married Phoebe Hetfield of Elizabethtown, whom he brought to Providence upon his honorable discharge in the following year. The young soldier's return was not a thing of unmitigated happiness. The house, and it's true, was still in good condition, and the street had been widened and changed in name from Back Street to Benefit Street. But Mercy Dexter's once robust frame had undergone a sad and curious decay, so that she was now a stooped and pathetic figure with hollow voice and disconcerting pallor, qualities shared to a singular degree by the one remaining servant, Maria. In the autumn of 1872, Phoebe Harris gave birth to a stillborn daughter, and on the 15th of the next May, Mercy Dexter took leave of a useful, austere, and virtuous life. William Harris, at last thoroughly convinced of the radically unhealthful nature of his abode, now took steps toward quitting it and closing it forever. Securing temporary quarters for himself and his wife at the newly opened Golden Ball Inn, he arranged for the building of a new and finer house in Westminster Street, in the growing part of the town across the Great Bridge. There, in 1785, his son Duty was born, and there the family dwelt till the encroachments of commerce drove them back across the river and over the hill to Angel Hill, in the new East Side residence district, where the late Archer Harris built his sumptuous but hideous French roof mansion in 1876. William and Phoebe both succumbed to the yellow fever epidemic of 1797, but Duty was brought up by his cousin, Rathbone Harris, Hillock's son. Rathbone was a practical man and rented the Benefit Street house despite William's wish to keep it vacant. He considered it an obligation to his ward to make the most of all the boy's property. Nor did he concern himself with the deaths and illnesses which caused so many changes of tenants, with a steadily growing aversion with which the house was generally regarded. It is likely that he only felt vexation when, in 1804, the town council ordered him to fumigate the place with sulfur, tar, and gum camphor on account of the much discussed deaths of 4 persons, presumably caused by the then diminishing fever epidemic. They said the place had a febrile smell. Duty himself thought little of the house, for he grew up to be a privateersman, served with distinction on the Vigilant under Captain Cahoon in the War of 1812. He returned unharmed, married in 1814, and became a father on that memorable night of September 23, 1815, when a great gale drove the waters of the bay over half the town and floated a tall sloop well up Westminster Street so that its masts almost tapped the Harris windows in symbolic information that the new boy, Welcome, was the seaman's son. Welcome did not survive his father, but lived to perish gloriously at Fredericksburg in 1862. Neither he nor his son Archer knew of the shunned house as other than a nuisance almost impossible to rent, perhaps on account of the mustiness and sickly odor of unkept old age. Indeed, it was never rented, after a series of deaths culminating in 1861, which the excitement of the war tended to throw into obscurity. Carrington Harris, last of the male line, knew it only as a deserted and somewhat picturesque center of legend, until I told him my experience. He had meant to tear it down and build an apartment house on the site, but after my account decided to let it stand, install plumbing, and rent it. Nor has he yet had any difficulty in obtaining tenants. The horror is gone. It may well be imagined how powerfully I was affected by the annals of the Harrises. In this continuous record, there seemed to me to brood a persistent evil beyond anything in nature as I had known. An evil clearly connected with the house and not with the family. This impression was confirmed by my uncle's less systemic array of miscellaneous data. Legends transcribed from servant gossip, cuttings from the papers, copies of death certificates by fellow physicians, and the like. All of this material I cannot hope to give, for my uncle was a tireless antiquarian and very deeply interested in the shunned house. But I may refer to several dominant points which earned notice by their recurrence through many reports from diverse sources. For example, the servant gossip was practically unanimous in attributing to the fungus and malodorous cellar of the house a vast supremacy and evil influence. There had been servants, and White especially, who would not use the cellar kitchen, and at least 3 well-defined legends bore upon the queer quasi-human or diabolic outlines assumed by tree roots and patches of mold in that region. These latter narratives interested me profoundly on account of what I had seen in my boyhood, but I felt most of the significance had in each case been largely obscured by additions from the common stock of local ghost lore. Anne White, with her Exodus superstition, had promulgated the most extravagant and at the same time most consistent tale, alleging that there must lie buried beneath the house one of those vampires, the dead who retain their bodily form and live on the blood or breath of the living, whose hideous legions send their preying shapes or spirits abroad by night. To destroy a vampire, one must, as grandmothers say, exhume it and burn its heart, or at least drive a stake through that organ. And Anne's dogged insistence on a search under the cellar had been prominent in bringing about her discharge. Her tales, however, commanded a wide audience, and were the more readily accepted, because the house indeed stood on land once used for burial purposes. To me, their interest depended less on this circumstance than on the peculiarly appropriated way in which they dovetailed with certain other things. The complaint of the departing servant, Preserved Smith, who had preceded Anne and never heard of her, that something sucked his breath at night. The death certificates of fever victims of 1804, issued by Dr. Chad Hopkins, and the showing of the 4 deceased persons, all unaccountably lacking in blood. The obscure passages of poor Ruby Harris's ravings, where she complained of the sharp teeth of a glassy-eyed, half-visible presence. Free from unwarranted superstition, though I am, these things produced in me an odd sensation, which was intensified by a pair of widely separated newspaper cuttings relating to deaths in the shunned house. One from the Providence Gazette and Country, Journal of April 12, 1815, and the other from the Daily Transcript and Chronicle of October 27, 1845, each of which detailed an appallingly grisly circumstance whose duplication was remarkable. It seems that in both instances the dying person, in 1815 a gentle old lady named Stafford, and in 1845 a schoolteacher of middle age named Eleazar Durfree, became transfigured in a horrible way, glaring glassily and attempting to bite the throat of the attending physician. Even more puzzlingly, though, was the final case which put an end to the renting of the house. A series of anemia deaths preceded by progressive madnesses wherein the patient would craftily attempt the lives of his relative by incisions in the neck or wrist. This was in 1860 or 1861, when my uncle had just begun his medical practice, and before leaving for the front, he heard much of it from his elder professional colleagues. The really inexplicable thing was the way in which the victims, ignorant people, with the ill-smelling and widely shunned house who had now been rented to no others, would babble maledictions in French, a language they could not possibly have studied to any extent. It made one think of poor Roby Harris nearly a century before, and so moved my uncle that he commenced collecting historical data on the house and listening, sometimes subsequent to his return from the war, with the first-hand account of Doctor's Chase.
In year 2077,
Form and live on the blood or breath of the living, whose hideous legions send their preying shapes or spirits abroad by night. To destroy a vampire, one must,
produced, edited, and directed by William Spears. Come in, Dunwich, Massachusetts. Come in, Dunwich. Good evening. This is Henry Armitage. I'm speaking to you. Did Dr. Rice please close the window? I'm speaking to you from my laboratory on the slopes of Sentinel Hill near Dunwich, Massachusetts. Present with me is Dr. Warren Rice, my distinguished colleague at Miskatonic University. We are now about 100 yards from the summit of the hill, which is crowned by a huge table-like stone set in the center of a circle of stone pillars, a place of prehistoric worship. A moment ago, you may have heard the dogs of Dunwich counted barking, as we have heard for 3 days and 3 nights. Dr. Rice and I know the horror which their barking portends, but the purpose of this broadcast is to make this unbelievable horror believable to you. I hope for your sakes and ours, we are successful tonight. It is the eve of All Hallows. Tomorrow will be too late. Our time tonight is very short, so I'll speak only of those more recent events which, believe me, may culminate at any moment in a climax too frightful to wholly contemplate. I will begin with the birth of Wilbur Whately. It was the night of February the 2nd, 1921, Candlemas. Toward dawn, when Lavinia Whately, a deformed albino woman about 35 years old, gave birth to her dark, ghostish-looking son in the crumbling Whately farmhouse northeast of the village. No one attended her. No doctor or midwife. No one was with her. Except the father. So Wilbur came into this world under heaven knows what power. A week later, Wilbur Whately drove his sleigh in the night of the beautiful mountain he never saw. No, it's down to his father-in-law.
Okay.
Form and live on the blood or breath of the living, whose hideous legions send their preying shape.
Is there a way to turn up the radio volume more? Nope.
Or spirits abroad by night. To destroy a vampire, one must, as grandmothers say, exhume it and burn its heart, or at least drive a stake through that organ. And Anne's dogged insistence on a search under the cellar had been prominent in bringing about her discharge. Her tales, however, commanded a wide audience, and were the more readily accepted, because the house indeed stood on land once used for burial purposes. To me, their interest depended less on this circumstance than on the peculiarly appropriated way in which they dovetailed with certain other things. The complaint of the departing servant, preserved Smith, who had preceded Anne and never heard her, that something sucked his breath at night. The death certificates of fever victims of 1804, issued by Dr. Chad Hopkins, and the showing the 4 deceased persons all unaccountably lacking in blood. The obscure passages of Ruby Harris's ravings, where she complained of the sharp teeth of a glassy-eyed, half-visible presence. Free from unwarranted superstition though I am, these things produced in me an odd sensation, which was intensified by a pair of widely separated newspaper cuttings relating to deaths in the shunned house. One from the Providence Gazette and Country, Journal of April 12, 1815, and the other from the Daily Transcript and Chronicle of October 27, 1845, each of which detailed an appallingly grisly circumstance whose duplication was remarkable. It seems that in both instances the dying person, in 1815 a gentle old lady named Stafford, and in 1845 a schoolteacher of middle age named Eleazar Durfee, became transfigured in a horrible way, glaring glassily and attempting to bite the throat of the attending physician. Even more puzzlingly, though, was the final case which put an end to the renting of the house. A series of anemia deaths preceded by progressive madnesses wherein the patient would craftily attempt the lives of his relatives by incisions in the neck or wrist. This was in 1860 or 1861, when my uncle had just begun his medical practice, and before leaving for the front, he heard much of it from his elder professional colleagues.
Alright, let me quickly
The really inexplicable thing was the way
turn off the radio station so I can read that. Personal message to players. Firstly, I'm very, very thankful that you downloaded my mod, Reign of the Tyrants. If you have tried out my other mod, Tyrants of the Commonwealth, before, then you would know that this newer and better version of that mod was something much needed to happen. In case you were wondering, I do plan to further update this mod to make it as best as it can be, so stay tuned for those updates. If you have any suggestions on how I can improve this mod, or if you just want to give your thoughts regarding the mod, you can contact me via email. And then, yeah, you can see his email at the bottom. Again, thank you for support. Have fun. Sounds like a chill mod creator. Let's listen to the holotape from his wife. Cosmo's coming over. Hello, Cosmo.
Fingers away. There we go. Okay. Just say it. Right there. Right there. Yay. Hi, honey. Listen. I don't think that Sean and I need to tell you how great of a father you are. But we're going to anyway. Isn't that right? You are kind and loving. Funny. That's right. And patient. So patient. Patience of a saint, my mom used to say. Look, with Sean and us all being home together, it's been an amazing year. But even so, I know our best days are yet to come. There'll be changes, sure. Things we need to adjust to. You'll rejoin the civilian workforce, and I'll shake the dust off my law degree. But everything we do, no matter how hard, we do it for our family.
Is that the baby funding?
Say goodbye, Sean. Bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Come on. Bye, honey. We love you.
Well, he's never seen them again.
and directed by William Spears. Come in, Dunwich, Massachusetts. Come in, Dunwich.
Alright, time to try again with my round figure.
I'm speaking to you. Dr. Wright, please close the window.
Another name for them is straitjackets.
I'm speaking to you from my laboratory on the slopes of Sentinel Hill near Dunwich, Massachusetts. Present with me is Dr. Warren Wright, my distinguished colleague from Miskatonic University. We are now about 100 yards from the summit of the hill, which is crowned by a huge table-like stone set in the center of a circle of stone pillars, a place of prehistoric worship. A moment ago, you may have heard the dogs of Dunwich Township barking as we have heard for 3 days and 3 nights. Dr. Wright and I know the horror which they're barking for them, but the purpose of this broadcast is to make this unbelievable horror believable to you. I hope that you're taking an hour. Tomorrow will be the day. Our time tonight is very short, so I'll speak only of those more recent events, which, believe me, may culminate at any moment in a climax frightful to wholly contemplate. I will begin with the birth of Wilbur Whately. It was the night of February the 2nd, 1921. Candlemas. Toward dawn, when Lavinia Whately, a deformed albino woman about 35 years old, gave birth to her dark, goatish-looking son in the crumbling Whately farmhouse northeast of the village. No one attended her. No doctor or midwife. No one was with her, except her aged, half-insane father, who was known as Wizard Whately. So Wilbur came into this world under heaven knows what incantation, what appeal, what power. A week later, Wizard Whately drove his sleigh in the Dunwich village and reported the event to a group of loungers in Alderman's general store. No, it's Dublin. You never saw the Wizard's father. You know his father when the time comes. The thing is read and see some things the most of you will only talk about. Calculate her husband's as good as you can find this side of Aylesbury. We don't be nosy with it. Maybe it was a no turd that none of you heard of. But you would ask no better judge what than Lavinia. Why didn't he tell no when Wizard? When was that? The wedding you hear of, Corey. Not the husband you hear of, either. But let me tell you something. Someday you folks will hear a child of Lavinia's calling its father's name on top of Sentinel Hill. Prophecy? Or idle boasting by any sane old man? I know I ask a great deal when I ask you to believe that the arrival of an infant into their house of dire poverty and squalor will possibly constitute a horror and a threat to all our known world. Yet it has an earthly business. Perhaps through this history, you will be able to give it credence. Wilbur Whately's was unplanned. Even if he had been an average child, it would have been found at any time an unnatural being, around the first by the most malign Indian. There was his grandfather, old Whately, Wizard Whately, who each Halloween climbed Sentinel Hill with a great circle of stones, and while the hill shook, stood holding a great book open on his arm and shrieked into the wind. Shrieked.
Hey, boy, what are you doing here all by yourself? Sort of Fleabag, aren't you? Okay, then. Let's stick together.
The villagers began to notice curious things that were going on at the Whately farmhouse. Soon after Wilbur was born, old Whately began to remodel the house. The abandoned upper story was...
How you doing, buddy?
All the windows were tightly boarded up.
Hey, boy, you know any tricks?
Began to arrive at large numbers, both horses and cows. Get the livestock on the farm to
Why are you yelling at me?
Young Lem Brown was one day
Do you need a snack?
close to the house to count the weight
Do
they
you
heard.
need a snack?
Armitage, there was 12 houses
Get
in
your
them.
snack, little
It was like they had the light and funny names on them, like
You're
us.
scarier than anybody.
The top half was his house, something like water lapping inside. He's like the
Such a cutie.
One other person went to the Wakely farm in the years before I met Wilbur. Dr. Ken Houghton of Aylesbury, who was called by Wilbur himself, said that his grandfather was dying. Dr. Houghton found the old man in the bedroom on the ground floor, and Wilbur waited. And outside the window, Wilbur spoke about the town.
Whistling time with his breathing now. They're ready. Listen, Doctor. They know his soul's going out. They're waiting.
Yes, Wilbur, that's an interesting superstition. Late in the year for them, too.
Till break of day. Don't catch it, they'll quiet down.
Remember,
Yes, I'll do it.
you grows, but that grows faster. To be ready to serve you soon.
I know.
But remember, when it's time, they open up the gates to Yog-Sothoth with the long hands. You are on page 751 of the book. But mind you, read it enough, because you'll be able to tell before you open to Yog-Sothoth. It's all. It's all you.
They will listen. The bird. They didn't get him. Yet he's free. He's gone.
It was the winter following Wizard Wakely's death that I first met Wilbur. He came in person to the library at Miskatonic University to consult a copy of Virginia's Necronomicon. This was kept there in its Latin version, as printed in Spain in the 17th century. I tell you, when he came into my office, I was appalled at his appearance. 8 feet tall, shabby, dirty, bearded. I was even more appalled by his voice when he spoke to me.
I wrote you a letter a month back, Doctor. I wanted to loan from the book.
Well, that's a book that's never loaned from this library. I doubt if it is from any library.
Well, I have to see it then.
Very well, it's kept right here. You know that there are only 3 copies of this book in existence. That's why we're careful. Here, you can look at it on this table.
Wizard said it would be on page 751.
What? What is it you're looking for?
The formula for the long chant. The one that opens the gate to Yog-Sothoth.
I felt a wave of fright as tangible as a draft from the tomb. It seemed somehow like the spawn of another dimension, like something only partly of mankind, linked to black gulfs beyond all spheres of force and matter, space and time. Presently he raised his head and spoke again.
It's here, all right, but I'll have to have a copy.
That paragraph there? I don't know.
No Latin, Doctor.
Yes, certainly, sir.
Read it, Doctor. Let's hear how you make it out.
All right, that shouldn't be difficult. Let's see. Nor is it to be thought that man is the oldest or the last of Earth's masters. The old ones were, and the old ones shall be. Not in the spaces that we know, but between them. But only Yog-Sothoth knows the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the gate to where the old ones broke through of old. Their hands are at your throat, yet ye see them not.
Dr. Armitage, you see, I reckon I've got to take that book home. There's things in it I've got to try, and you can't hold me up.
No, I'm sorry.
I tell you, Doctor, I'll have the book sooner or later, no matter what. See, it that's waiting for me at home won't wait much longer.
It was a week later that I was awakened suddenly by the fierce yelping of the great watchdog on the campus. Followed by a sound from a wholly different throat. A scream.
Take a look.
I knew instantly that Wilbur had come back for the Necronomicon. I hastened into my clothes and rushed across to the library where a crowd had gathered before the smashed window of my office. Inside there was a fearful groaning.
How you doing, buddy?
Some instinct warned me that what was taking place there was not for...
Hey, boy. Think you can find something for me? Any bad guys around, buddy?
When we opened the study door, Professor Rice screamed, "No, I cannot!" and closed the door. We can't let them be alive, but Lord, shut their dogs down. Not into business. Horrible sound, that moaning. Those the order to call a doctor? A doctor? A doctor for them? No doctor in the world would know what to do for them. Look, Armitage, it's not human, nor animal. Where did it come from? Can you tell me? Can you tell me what it is? No, I couldn't tell what Wilbur Windley was. The thing that lay half dead on the side of the pool of greenish yellow thickness, 9 feet tall. The dog had gone all over clothing and some of the skin. It was partly human beyond a doubt. Man-like hands, head, but the torso and lower part of the body were chest had the leathery hide
Yeah, okay, that's not good shit to them. That's an enemy just run from the body. For this for now.
The limbs terminated in richly veined pads that were neither hooves nor claws. And the Dr. Rice and I stood staring at this. Presently, the whippoorwills began to cry in unison outside the study window. And the nurse sitting on the floor roused and mumbled.
That's so creepy that the plague doctors have the protagonist's voice. Like, I understand it's because it's a mod and they just use the game's assets for the voice.
I guess it's the Raptor's father. There'll be nothing left. What was his father? I damn think. I thought then that what came into our world is Wilbur Whately left with him. I forgot what he said, but told me of it. Where the cattle were driven to disappear. But Wilbur Whately left a diary. written in a strange alphabet resembling Sanskrit.
Hiding? What are you,
As I
scared?
worked off and on for weeks to decipher it. And finally, I read the following passage written by Wilbur when he was no more than 8 years old.
That upstairs is more ahead of me than I had thought it would be. It is not like to have much earth terrain. I can see it a little when I make the sign or blow the powder of Ivanatse at it. And it is like them I see Halloween on the hill. I wonder how I shall look when the earth is cleared and there are no earth beings. Maybe like that upstairs looks, which has no body, even fed with all the blood.
One morning in a cold sweat of terror, I called Dr. Rice to my house and told him we have to destroy what's in that farmhouse. Why can't we just leave the thing locked up there? The house is more tight. Yes, but you think boards will hold it? Don't you realize, man, it hasn't been fed? It hasn't had blood since the 18th of September, when Wilbur Waitley came here to die.
That's a bit too many. Bit too many.
We left for Dunwich that night, and we've been here on Sentinel Hill ever since, working desperately to discover the formula in time. But a week ago tonight, shortly after dawn... Yes, hello?
Dr. Armitage, this is Lem Brown. I was just up beyond the glen, Doctor, looking for cows I lost last night.
Lem?
Well, Doctor, something's in there. Smells like written in the Lord.
Anything else, Lem?
The bushes and trees pushed back from the road like a house was drug along.
Did you hear anything?
Long toward morning, I heard a sound over
Originally the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the state known originally as...
Of it, which was waiting in the steel house Wizard Waitley had built, where the cattle were driven to disappear. But Wilbur Waitley left a diary, written in a strange alphabet resembling Sanskrit. And as I worked off and on for weeks to decipher it. Finally, I read the following passage written by Wilbur when he was no more than 8 years old.
That upstairs is more ahead of me than I had thought it would be. It is not like to have much earth terrain. I can see it a little when I make the sign or blow the powder of Ivanatse. It is like them I see Halloween on the hill. I wonder how I shall look when the earth is cleared and there are no earth beings. Maybe like that upstairs looks, which has no body, even fed with all the blood.
One morning in a cold sweat of terror, I called Dr. Rice to my house and told him we have to destroy what's in that house. I can't believe the thing locked up there. The house is more you think boards will hold it? Don't you realize, man, it hasn't had blood since the 18th of September, when Wilbur Waitley came here to die. Yes, hello?
Dr. Armitage, this is Lem Brown. I was just up beyond the glen, Doctor, looking for cows I lost last night.
Yes, Anything else, Lem?
That's all I see. Except bushes and trees pushed back from the road like a house was drug along.
Did you hear anything?
Long toward morning, I heard a sound over toward Waitley's place. A kind of ripping or tearing of wood, like a big box was being opened up. Chancy, you heard it too.
Lem, who lives nearest the Waitley farm?
Why, that'd be Elmer Fry's place.
Oh, he's on this line too, isn't he? Hang on and I'll ring him.
Yes, Dr.
Dr. Armitage, this is Central.
I'm trying to get Elmer Fry, Central.
Doctor, he must be out somewhere. His whole family. I was ringing there an hour ago. Earl Sawyer saw Elmer's cow stampeded in Cold Spring Glen.
Oh, you didn't get him. All right. But if you hear or see anything more, let me know. I'll be here working all day. Right. Right. Wake up. It's loose. Out of the house. One family gone already. We have to work. Thank God we find that formula in time. A week since it broke loose. A week of terror and panic here in London Township. Tonight, we moved about the countryside, leaving the trees trapped in a pitiful swathe, so by a mighty mountain, leaving its monstrous neck in a trail of hardly to begin. Leaving crushing the Dutch farmer, whole herds of cattle remained behind. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the story to this moment. Sound from a thousand bending trees. Sound like the sea moving across a forest. Yes. Yes, it's coming here. Of course. All Hallows, it comes to Sentinel Hill. Dr. Rice, I'll try the formula and the powder from the altar stone. I want you to stay here at the microphone and report what you see. Oh, wait a minute before I go. To any scientist who may be listening to me, if I fail, there is a possible alternative formula in Faulkner's mystical formulae of the Middle Ages on page 24. There are the whippoorwills. I better get out there. Take over, Dr. Rice.
Yes. I'll do as well as I can, Armitage. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Armitage is climbing to the top of the hill to the altar stone. I can see him plainly, for the moon is high and the night clear. Down the hill toward the dark village, I can see the grasses and shrubbery bending down, marking the monster's ascent. It moves quite fast, and I feel the proximity to phases of being utterly forbidden. Now, Dr. Armitage stands now on the altar stone. It is holding the powder which, if the wind not correct, will make this thing for an instant visible. It is quite close to him now, perhaps 20 yards or less. He lifts his hand, he flings the powder in a wide arc. I can see...
Dr. Wright, come in, Dunnage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your suspension announcer. Due to conditions... Oh, just a moment, please. One moment, please. Dr. Rice, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, for a moment I would come when I stopped. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps you can hear now the incantation of Dr. Armitage. Listen. The whippoorwills mean death. And Dr. Armitage is walking back here now. So we know that whatever it was, it is not. It is dead. We can be thankful indeed. You see, I saw Dr. Armitage.
Did you see it, Dr. Rice?
I saw it, Lord.
What did it look like to you?
It looked like something made of squirming ropes, but bigger than a barn and shaped, well, like an egg, and dozens of legs, like barrels that half closed when it stepped, and nothing solid about it, and at least 15 or 20 mouths or trunks opening and closing, but what was it?
Oh, kind of The kind of force that doesn't belong in our part of it. Did you notice the half face on top of her face? Like a human face. Very large. But yes, quite human. Quite like Wilbur's. Like all the Waitlings. It was, that's right. It was Wilbur's twin brother. And you saw what 3 weeks' growth had done. And it was the child of Lavinia's who called its father's name on Sentinel Hill, as Wizard Waitley prophesied. You heard it calling, Dog Dotto. Ladies and gentlemen, this night is over.
Freedom.
It is all Saints' Day.
Not hospital.
May heaven bless us all.
Start the custom garden quests. It's not what we're gonna focus on this thing.
The Dunwich Horror, with Ronald Coleman as your star of suspense. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Someone there?
Civil defense is common sense. This is Boris Karloff. No one can guarantee the survival of every home during a nuclear war, but a strong civil defense can save millions of lives. Make sure that yours is one of them. Learn how to protect your home. Call Civil Defense today.
Sister, please. Afraid of the truth, Roderick? You've always been afraid of me. I can read your mind so easily. Look at me, brother.
Let's not argue again.
You've always wanted me to die. You waited for it year after year, praying and hoping that I die, leaving you free to inherit the house and the fortune. But you'll be fooled. Look. Look at the rain.
This isn't you speaking, it's the fever.
Believe it or not, the rain is turning red, isn't it?
Yes. It seems that way at times.
Each day it will be redder. Redder. Darker and...
Madeline.
Afraid, brother? Are you afraid of blood-red rains?
The doctor said you should have rest and quiet. You weaken yourself when you're excited.
Where's Dina?
I don't know. I'm not her keeper. She's downstairs, probably. Buried in that romantic nonsense that she reads.
Every girl likes to read romantic stories, Rod. Heaven help her when she becomes your wife. Call her for me, will you?
The doctor's orders were that you're not to be disturbed.
Call her, Rod. Do as I say.
For your own good, I...
You someday. Dina! Dina! Dina!
Madeline.
Dina!
Did you call me Lady Madeline?
Yes, Dina Chara. Come here, my dear.
Is there something I can do for you?
Yes. I want to see Charles Wilson before I die.
I told you he was busy, Maddie.
Tell Talbot to hitch up a coach and four, Dina. Go to London tonight. Tell Charles I must see him right away. Bring him back with you.
I'll not have Dina go out in this weather.
But Roderick...
Dina, please go. Don't listen to Rod. Do this for me.
I will not have strangers dragged into our family secrets.
Charles Wilson is no stranger. He's the only one who knows the secret of the house of Usher.
I don't like leaving you, cousin.
The doctor will be here shortly. Hurry, my dear, and bring Charles back.
I forbid it, Dina.
If I don't see Charles tonight, I'll be buried alive. Not able to live. Not able to die.
You'll never get through to London tonight, Mum. Not in this weather. Not in a million years. It ain't a night for humans to be about.
The Lady Madeline's dying. The least we can do is grant her her last wish.
Dina! Dina!
Quickly, Talbot, before Roderick tries to catch up with us.
Dina, did the baby call you?
Yes, I heard you, cousin.
Trying to protect you, child, because I love you. I don't want any harm to come to my future wife.
Please, Rod.
Why do you turn from me when I touch you?
I don't know.
Afraid of me? Answer me, Dina. Are you afraid of me?
Yes.
But you loved me once.
That was before we returned to the house of Usher.
You're going anyway?
Yes, Roderick. For Madeline's sake.
Are you ready, Mum?
Yes, Talbot, ready. We'll be back by midnight, Roderick.
Hurry, cousin. Or else the Lady Madeline might not live long enough to get a last wish. Yes. Madeline, why don't you confide in me? Why must you call in strangers when you know how it humiliates me?
I can't trust you, Roderick.
Ever since we were children, you've kept one secret from me. What is that secret, Madeline?
That's one thing you never wheedle out of me.
What is that secret, Maddie?
Leave me alone, brother. I'm ill.
You're dying, Madeline. No, you're dying. The secret won't do you any good. Now, what is it?
Please, Roderick.
Tell me, Madeline, or you won't live to die the way you think you will. Tell me, or by heaven, I'll force it out of you.
Man, I don't know who you are, but your time is impeccable. Preston Guard, Commonwealth Minutemen.
You owe me.
Yeah, sure thing. I'll give you my chest full of emeralds just as soon as we're out of this mess.
God damn it. The world's changed so much. None of this makes sense.
You all right? Listen, we need your help. And then maybe we can help you, huh? What brought you out here?
Who's around that can find a missing person?
Used to have a few good trackers in this group. Not many now. Hey, a month ago, there were 20 of us. Yesterday, there were 8.
She's been ill for months.
Now we're 5.
Charles, you wouldn't know her anymore. Why didn't you let me know?
First it was the ghouls in Lexington, and now this mess.
I can't explain now, Charles. Believe me when I say it's important that you come at once. Talbot's waiting outside.
Ghouls? What are ghouls?
God,
Wow. You really aren't from around here, are you? Ghouls are irradiated people. Most are just like you and me. They look pretty messed up and live for a long time, but they're still just people. The ones I'm talking about are different. The radiations rotted their brains, made them feral. They'll rip you apart just as soon as look at you. Anyway, we figured Concord would be a safe place to settle. Those raiders proved us wrong. But, well, we do have one idea.
Let's hear it.
Sturgis. Tell him.
There's a crashed vertibird up on the roof. Old school. Pre-war. You might have seen it. Well, looks like one of its passengers left behind a seriously sweet goodie. We're talking a full suit of Cherry T-45 power armor. Military issue.
That's some serious protection.
Oh, it gets better. Get the suit. You can rip the minigun right off the vertibird. Do that, and those raiders get an express ticket to hell. You dig?
It's a suicide mission.
Look, new guy. Don't know what cave you're from, don't care. But you need to shake off the cobwebs and smell the cordite. We're all dead anyway. So here's the deal. That armor's out of juice. Probably has been for 100 years. It can be powered up again. But we're a bit stuck.
Sounds like a depression of spirit. Oh, it went deeper than that. Madeline fell ill at the same time. And then, the horrible reddish rains began to fall.
Red rain? Dina, really?
Oh, you'll see. The first day those rains began to fall, the rift between Madeline and Roderick widened. Until now, their hate is a living thing. It fills the house. And they seem to be battling constantly for possession of each other's soul. Charles, look. Look ahead. There's the house. And the rain. Look at the rain.
Yes. Red rain.
So, what's the solution?
What you'll need is an old pre-war FC, a standardized fusion core, your high-grade, long-term nuclear battery used by the military and some companies way back when. We know right where to find them.
But we can't get to the damn thing. It's down in the basement, locked behind a security gate. Look, I fix stuff. I tinker. Bypassing security ain't exactly my forte. You can give it a shot.
Doesn't quite know what she's saying sometimes. Rod, why don't you come up with me? She expressed a desire to see you alone.
Can't be too hard. I'll see what I can do.
Well, all right. Maybe our luck's finally turning around. Once you jack the core into the power armor and grab that minigun, those raiders will know they picked the wrong fight. Good luck.
Sit over here, Charles, next to me. You're the only person I can trust, and you must promise to do everything I say. Of course, you remember what I told you years ago. You remember about Roderick and me. I told you then that he and I were more than twins.
That was just childish fancy.
I wish to God it were. But those suspicions have all been proven. Roderick and I are only one person, not two. We have two earthly bodies, but we share one soul. Charles and I were born, our shoulders were attached. The day of our birth, we were separated.
That doesn't necessarily mean you share one soul.
I've never been able to feel anything for myself. His thoughts are my thoughts. His tears are my tears. His weakness is mine. Don't you understand, Charles?
You sure it's
His mind is initiative. He doesn't respond to my emotions. Because I have none. I'm cold without him. Don't you see me? But my soul is not my own. It's mine, Charles. Keep me living.
Lady Madeline, you mustn't even think of it.
Unable to live. Unable to die. That's why I called you here. You Don't tell Roderick Charles, ever. He'll seal me in my tomb alive.
Madeline, my dear.
Every mortal is entitled to his own soul. I can't rest in death. But I can't rest in death. I'll return from the grave and take him with me.
Hey, Sturgis.
Want to try? You can't do any worse than me.
Nice.
Also need to. Let's see what the log says. After hours, tomfoolery. But last time, the red coat mannequin displays are not toy soldiers and are not to be played with after hours. Two of them have scuffed paint. This morning, one of the regiment pieces was missing his arm. This sort of horsing around will not be tolerated. Anyone caught engaging in such behavior will be written up. Doc now is paid and charged for damages. Chief Curator Harold Marsh. Roaches in the basement. Someone get maintenance down in the basement to deal with that roach problem. Do it now. On the down low. All museum is open. Discretion is key. We cannot afford to close the museum again. Nor is it acceptable for a child to find a cockroach in her hair as she's learning about taxation without representation. This situation must be resolved immediately. Chief Curator Harold Nash. Anchorage Exhibit. After meeting with the director and board of trustees, I'm afraid I must deliver some rather dire news. Our planned Anchorage exhibit has been put on indefinite hold. It is simply not within the museum's budget at this time to make the renovations necessary to accommodate such an ambitious endeavor. My thanks to the curational and maintenance teams for all the work that's been done thus far. Chief Curator Harold Nash. Final entry, Saturday, October 23rd, 2077. This is Megan Hayes. I'm a tour guide here at the Concord Museum of Freedom. I'm so scared. Everyone just saw the flashes. They left. Even Mr. Nash. He just ran away, left me here. Jerk. And then one of those army helicopter things crashed into the roof. I saw soldiers, but they looked freaked out. I just hid from them. I've only been in Massachusetts for a month. I don't really know anyone, and I don't know where to go. I broke the lock on the curator's desk and took the gun. I'm going to hide in one of those rooms for a few days until things calm down. If somebody reads this, please come find me. But if you try to hurt me, I swear I'll shoot you. I bet we're gonna find her skeleton or her ghoul. Which one do you think it's gonna be? You think she's gonna be a ghoul or a skeleton? I actually don't know, because I've never read the log before. We might notice her name later somewhere. Let's quickly get that sleeping bag.
So it went for 4 more days. Each night the same. The number.
Personal log. United States Army Staff Sergeant Michael Daly. This past Saturday, October 23rd, while en route to West Stockbridge, a vertebrate crashed into the roof of this museum.
Oh, I forgot to
Caused EMP following nuclear detonation. Several, in fact. From the intel I've gathered, this was a global event. The co-pilot was killed on impact. Pilot died of his injuries a day later. The day after that, Flaherty and Cannibal were shot by some scared, desperate survivors. Then Brzezinski took off running. Haven't seen him since. Now, it's my turn to go AWOL, if that concept even applies anymore. My armor's fusion core is burned out, so I guess my soldering days are done. I'm heading to Boston, on foot, to see if my sister survived all this. She's got an apartment on Boylston Street. This is Mike Daly, signing out. Good luck. And God bless America. Or what's left of it.
Blowing his arm clean off, leaving a hole in his torso. Covered in his wet viscera, I shut the door. I want to say I was in a trance, that I was on autopilot and out of my head. But that's not true. I knew exactly what I was doing. I was trying to make a point to myself. See, I'm a level-headed man. I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural or anything like that. We live in a rational world, and I damn well wasn't going to sit back and let my head play tricks on me without fighting back.
blood is hard to wash off. It's not true. His blood washed right off of me. One shower later, and I was good as new. So when I finished cleaning up and calming down, and went back to the front door, I likewise expected there to be nothing there, as there had been no trace of him left from the previous nights. I couldn't believe it when I opened the door, and his remains slumped inside like a sack full of meat. I reached down and poked the corpse. It was solid. The porch was covered with blood, gore. Once more I panicked, and this time I did go into sort of a trance. The hours passed in a blur as I dragged the body around the back of the house, dug out a shallow grave, cleaned off the porch as best I could, and took another shower. And then I made another drink. Tomorrow the knocking would come again, I was sure. I hadn't just killed a man and buried him in my backyard. When I got home the next evening, I sat and waited anxiously. Any moment the knock would come. The man would come again, be at my door, waiting for me, asking for help. Maybe tonight I'd laugh, invite him in, ask him if he wanted a drink. I thought, sipping my own drink nervously. Minutes stretched out, and it felt like I'd waited an eternity. Finally came the knocking. It's a sigh of relief as I rushed to the door. But it wasn't the man from the previous nights. It was the police. A car had gone off the road the night before. They wanted to know if I'd seen anyone. Maybe it was my drunken state that allowed me to lie so convincingly, but after telling them I knew nothing of it, left. My pulse pounded in my head. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't real. The thoughts piled on one by one, and all I could do to quell them was keep drinking until I lost consciousness. I called in sick the next day. I checked my backyard. And sure enough, the grave I've dug was still there, still fresh. I dug it, burned the body until it was fresh. When I was done, since then,
Not work at all.
unsettled, I shut the door, locked it, and reached for a bottle. And so it went for 4 more days. Each night the same. The knocking, the horrible man at my door, the cries for help. And each night I secured the door and waited until it stopped, and then drank myself into oblivion. By the 7th night, I'd had enough.
What's going on? Are we
I
getting
made a
out?
stiff drink as soon as I got home, and then another after that one. I had thought of nothing but the events of the previous week that day. So naturally I was anticipating the knocking when it came again that night, confirming my paranoid fears. I was waiting for it. I threw open the door on the first knock, and there he was, battered arm hanging limp at his side, pale face twisted into before he could say anything, I leveled my shotgun at his face and pulled the trigger. His head popped like a blister. When I fired a second time, blowing his arm clean off, leaving a hole in his torso. Covered in his wet viscera, I shut the door. I want to say I was in a trance, that I was on autopilot and out of my head. But that's not true. I knew exactly what I was doing. I was trying to make a point to myself. See, I'm a level-headed man. I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural or anything like that. We live in a rational world, and I damn well wasn't going to sit back and let my head play tricks on me without fighting back. They say blood is our god. It's not true. His blood washed right off of me. One shower later, and I was good as new. So when I finished cleaning up and calming down, I went back to the front door. I likewise expected there to be nothing there, as there had been no trace of him left from the previous nights. I couldn't believe it when I opened the door, and his reins slumped inside like a sack full of meat. I reached down and poked the corpse. It was solid. The porch was covered in blood and gore. Once more I panicked, and this time I did go into sort of a trance. The hours passed in a blur as I dragged the body around the back of the house, dug out a shallow grave, cleaned off the porch as best I could, and took another shower. And then I made another drink. Tomorrow the knocking would come again, I was sure. I hadn't just killed a man and buried him in my backyard. When I got home the next evening, I sat and waited anxiously. Any moment the knock would come. The man would come again, be at my door, waiting for me, asking for help. Maybe tonight I'd laugh, invite him in, ask him if he wanted a drink, I thought, sipping my own drink nervously. Minutes stretched out, and it felt like I'd waited in the dark. When it finally came, I breathed a sigh of relief as I rushed to the door. But it wasn't the man from the previous nights. It was the police. The car had gone off the night before. They wanted to know if I'd seen anything. Maybe it was my drunken state that allowed me to lie so convincingly, but after telling them nothing, good evening, left. My pulse pounded in my head. This couldn't be happening, I thought. It wasn't real. The thoughts piled on one by one, and all I could do to quell them was keep drinking until I lost consciousness. Checked my backyard. Sure enough, the grave I had dug was still there, still fresh. I dug him up, burned the body until it was ash. When I was done, since then,
It's crazy.
back room and up to the roof. I'll hold them off from here. Go.
Personal log. United States Army Staff Sergeant Michael Daly. This past Saturday, October 23rd, while en route to West Stockbridge, a vertebrate crashed into the roof of this museum. Cause, EMP following nuclear detonation. Several, in fact. From the intel I've gathered, this was a global event. The co-pilot was killed on impact. Pilot died of injuries a day later. Flaherty and Cannibal were shot by some scared, desperate survivors. Then Brzezinski took off running. Haven't seen him since. Now, it's my turn to go AWOL, if that concept even applies anymore. My armor's fusion core is burned out, so I guess my soldering days are done. I'm heading to Boston, on foot, to see if my sister survived all this. She's got an apartment on Boylston Street. This is Mike Daly, signing out. Good luck. And God bless America. Or what's left of it.
Not surprised about that death.
The Lintons nursed me. Oh, how different life was at the Grange. But Heathcliff wasn't there. It was somehow incomplete, even though Edgar and Isabella were their lives that made the days pass quickly.
We got somebody up here!
Heathcliff, I'm home. Oh, hello, Ellen. Where's everybody? Cat. Such a lady you've grown up to be. Oh, and such a beautiful gown. Do you like it, Ellen? It's one of Isabella's. What'll Heathcliff say of me now? Oh, his eyes will pop out of his head. Oh, Ellen, really, I did have a wonderful time. But where's Henry and... Why isn't Heathcliff here to meet me? Your brother's out on the moors and... Heathcliff... Miss Kathy... Heathcliff's gone. Gone? Gone from Wuthering Heights? Ever since that day Mr. Edgar came here to ask your brother for your hand in marriage, he's deserted me. Heathcliff deserted me. No, Miss Kathy. It's Hindley. He made him go. No, Miss Kathy. Heathcliff went out of his own accord. But why didn't he wait till I could explain? Couldn't he see that if I married, I'd have money to help him find his place in the world? Oh, my grief is in him. Well, my love is love.
Thank you. Sorry.
He's always in my mind. I am his villain. Don't you see? He must come back. He must come back. 7 months passed. I waited and hoped. He didn't come back. Then one summer day, after old Mr. Linton died, Edgar and I were married, and Ellen came to live at the Grange. One night, Edgar and I were sitting with Isabella in the parlor when Ellen came in. Yes, Ellen, what is it? Kathy, there's a man from the valley to see you. Why, she's white as a sheet. But did he frighten you, Ellen? No, ma'am, it's just that I...
Well, speak up, Ellen. Who is he?
Heathcliff, sir. Heathcliff, come back. Ellen, it isn't true. Oh, Edgar, Heathcliff, come back. He's come back. Oh, look, do get him. Step up, Ellen, quickly.
Really, Catherine?
Oh, I know you didn't like him, Edgar, but for my sake, be friends with him now. Why, he's nothing more than a runaway servant, Catherine. Oh, I know what you think, Isabella, but you like him when you know him better. Really, believe me. Mr. Heathcliff. Yes, sir. Oh, Heathcliff. Oh, Heathcliff, you've come back at last. Welcome to the Grange.
Catherine. The more beautiful Kathy there never was.
I shall think it a dream tomorrow. Do you remember Edgar and Isabella Heathcliff?
How do you do?
Where are you staying, sir? At Gimmerton?
Hello, no. Wuthering Heights. Kathy's brother, Hindley, invited me when I called this morning.
Oh, it's so wonderful to have you home.
I thought we might have walks together someday soon, Kathy. See the more the gate.
But of course we shall go walking. Now that summer's here, and now that you are here again, perhaps Mr. Heathcliff will also show us the darkest and most dangerous corners of the moors. I'm afraid I'm as ignorant of them as Edgar is.
Pleasure with me all night.
The world was bright again, and my heart sang. Heathcliff was home, a tall, splendid man. But behind his dark eyes was the boy I'd known before. We walked on the hills, we laughed, and oh, I was happy again. But as the days passed, Isabella grew cross and fretful. I knew she'd fallen in love. It's only your harshness, Kathy, that makes me unhappy. But how can you see that? When have I ever been harsh with you? Yesterday? And now? When? And I'll walk on the moor. You told me to ramble where I pleased was. You went along with Mr. Heathcliff. Well, is that your notion of harshness? I really didn't care whether you wanted us or not. You didn't want me, Kathy, because you knew I liked being there. Heathcliff, you mean? Yes. But you want nobody to be loved except yourself. But you don't believe me. I love him more than ever you could. And Heathcliff might love me too if you'd only him then. Do you know what Heathcliff is? He's a rogue. Wild and cruel and strong. He stops at nothing. And you know what he's doing now, this minute? He's doing what he always swore to do. Ruin Hindley Earnshaw. I don't believe you. You're selfish. You're jealous of me.
Yeah, what's going on between you two?
I love him. You hear that, Edgar? And I don't care if you do know it. I love Heathcliff more than Catherine ever loved you.
Isabella, stop it. You don't know what you're saying.
I know it. I'm painful enough. Your book.
Isabella, stop this hysterical talk and go to your room.
All right, Edgar. I'll go. But what will you think when I say it's the last order I take from the master of Crossway?
Tell me what on earth is the matter. What does she mean?
I don't know, Edgar. I don't know.
Well, I do. That Heathcliff, he's poisoned her mind.
Edgar, don't talk. Call Ellen. I feel ill.
But Kathy...
Edgar, let's hear no more about it. Edgar, I can scarcely stand.
Kathy. Ellen, come quickly. Miss Kathy has fainted.
Oh, Miss Kathy. Do come away from the window. Will you just stand among the trees? Rise up out of the solid ground.
This is a hard one. Extra hard.
Up here. But we got somebody up here. Oh, fuck, I'm sick. Wait, something's out. Looks like we're clear. I thought I heard something.
Oh, wait, the ladies fight this thing.
What the hell was that?
I think I got something over here.
I don't even see like the ladies or anything.
Hold up.
Where's the machine?
Produced, edited, and directed by William Spears. Come in, Dunning, Massachusetts. Come in, Good evening. This is Henry Armitage. I'm speaking to you. Dr. Rice, please close the window. I'm speaking to you from my laboratory on the slopes of Sentinel Hill near Dunwich, Massachusetts. Present with me is Dr. Warren Wright, my distinguished colleague from Miskatonic University. We are now about 100 yards from the summit of the hill, which is crowned by a huge table-like stone set in the center of a circle of stone pillars, a place of prehistoric worship. A moment ago, you may have heard the dogs of Tunich Township barking, as we have heard, 3 days and 3 nights. Dr. Rice and I know the horror of their barking for them, but the purpose of this broadcast is to make this unbelievable horror believable to you. I hope for your sake and ours, we are successful tonight.
And then attack
It is the eve of All Hallows. Tomorrow will be too late. Our time tonight is very short, so I'll speak only of those more recent events, which, believe me, may culminate at any moment in a climax too frightful to wholly contemplate. I will begin with the birth of Wilbur Whately. It was the night of February the 2nd, 1921. Candlemas. Toward dawn, when Lavinia Whately, a deformed albino woman about 35 years old, gave birth to her dark, ghost-looking son in the scrubbing Whately farmhouse northeast of the village. No one attended her. No doctor or midwife. No one except the raging of St. Barbara, who was known as Wizard Whately. So Wilbur came into this world under heaven knows what incantations, what appeals, what power. A week later, Wizard Whately drove his sleigh in the Dunwich village and reported the event to a group of loungers in Osmond's general store. Hey, grandson Dracula hand like the Billy Wizard? No, it's after his father-in-law. You never spoke of who his father might be now, did you? Oh, you know his father when the time comes. Lavinia's read and seen some things that most of you only talk about. Calculate her husband's as good as you can find this side of Aylesbury. We don't be nosy with it. Maybe it was a no third for none of you here, though. But you wouldn't ask no better judge what it than Lavinia's. Why didn't he tell no wedding wizard? When was that? The wedding you hear of, Corey. Not her husband you hear of, neither. But let me tell you something. Someday you folks will hear a child of Lavinia's calling its father's name on top of Sentinel Hill. Prophecy? Or idle boasting, I insane old man? I know I asked a great deal when I asked you to believe that the arrival of an infant into that house of dire poverty and squalor would possibly constitute the horror and the threat of all our known work. Yet it has in an earthquake. Perhaps through this history, you will be able to hear its creatures. Wilbur Whately's growth was uncanny. But even if he had been an average child, he would have become, in time, an unnatural being, for he was surrounded from the first by the most malign influence. There was his grandfather, old Whately, Wizard Whately, who each little time
We might make it easy mode, and we'll just cheat and turn it back to survival mode when we feel like it. Because I just hate this level.
He said he wanted to stir the fires a bit.
Down there?
Wait a minute, Mum.
Later, Talbot. I must stop him. I must.
I will go down there, Mum. It's ever so cold and night, Deb.
This time, I did go into sort of a trance. The hours passed in a blur as I dragged the body around the back of the house, dug out a shallow grave, cleaned off the porch as best I could, took another shower. And then I made another drink. So more of the knocking would come again, I was sure. I hadn't just killed a man and buried him in my backyard. When I got home the next evening, I sat and waited anxiously. Any moment, and again, he at my door, waiting, asking for help. Maybe tonight I'd laugh, invite him in, ask him if he wanted a drink. I thought, sipping my own drink nervously. Minutes stretched out. It felt like I'd waited an eternity. When it finally came, the knocking. I breathed a sigh of relief as I rushed to the door. But it wasn't the man from the previous nights. It was the police. A car had gone off the road the night before. They wanted to know if I'd seen anyone. Maybe it was my drunken state that allowed me to lie so convincingly, but after telling them I knew nothing of it, they bid me a good evening and left. My pulse pounded in my head. This couldn't be happening, I thought. It wasn't real. The thoughts piled on one by one, and all I could do to quell them was keep drinking until I lost consciousness. Called in sick the next day. Checked my backyard. Sure enough, the grave I had dug was still there. Still fresh. I dug him up. Burned the body until it was ash. When I was done, I went back inside the house and only sat down. And since then, I can't feel anything. Not until I drink. Usually 3, sometimes 4. And it's only then that I start to feel fear. See, I'm not afraid of ghosts. I don't believe in them. I've never believed in them. Probably in part because I was raised by my heavily superstitious mother. She made her living as a psychic, telling fortunes. She claimed that she had the sight, that she could see a person's fate before it happened. She had a steady stream of gullible clients that kept a roof over our heads and food on our table. So I didn't make a big deal. But like any kid, I rebelled against her and her beliefs. And when I left home, I found plenty of support for that rebellion. Psychics aren't real, right? No one can see the future, right? Because now I'm afraid my mother wasn't faking it. That she really could see the fate of all those people who came to her. And I'm afraid. I'm so terribly damn afraid that now I can see it too.
one in Pirates Cove. Written by A Friendly Hunter 2. Narrated by Otis Gyra. Chapter 1. Getting to Work. Day 1. Freddy Fazbear's, huh? I say as I see the big help wanted sign posted on the front door. It was a pizzeria that was pretty popular in this small town, and its animatronic characters were loved deeply by all the children that went there every day. In fact, I used to come here all the time when my father used to work here as an evening security guard. I would sit in Pirates Cove and listen to the animatrons in there for hours. I learned his skit by heart. I loved it so much back then. But now, I don't know if it would have the same effect. Yeah, the pay's terrible, but at least it's something, I say as I walk inside, hearing a bell ring as the door opens and closes softly. I could instantly hear the band singing their nostalgia songs like Freddy's Fun Times and the famous Bonnie's Birthday Bash song. Then they would begin talking to themselves and the audience casually about safety matters and to keep eating our pizza or you'll hurt Chica's feelings. An attendant comes up to me and I tell her I'm here to apply for the night shift job as the night guard. She calls the owner, who prefers being the one to get employees acquainted, and she says he'll be here soon. I thank her and decide to look around to see what's changed. Quite immediately, I could tell this was the same old restaurant that I used to love as a kid. Until, well, I went excitedly to Pirates Cove. Out of order. Oh, that sucks, I say as I look at the small stage curtain concealing the animatronic inside. These kids. This is 1987. That's when I was 4. This has been out of order for 16 years, I say, outraged. My favorite animatronic has been broken and forgotten behind that curtain for 16 years, and no attempt has been made to fix it. That's ridiculous, I say. Indeed it is. Hey, I hear someone say from behind me. It was the owner. I remember you. You're Tyler, right? Your dad used to work here before he changed jobs. I nod. Yep. I'm here to accept the job of night guard duty. Well, the job's yours. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have even bothered showing up. You know how the security systems work. They haven't changed since your dad worked here, whether that's for better or for worse. And I know you're very good with kids. You babysat my daughter just a few nights ago. Wow, thanks, I say before looking toward Pirate Cove. Hey, I'm pretty good with robots and stuff. Hi, I begin.
That
Could I maybe repair this animatron?
I'm just glad you
The owner smiles. Maybe you He pauses for a moment, his smile fading. Actually, only repair the stage.
It's gonna be okay now.
This one.
Yeah, for a while anyway. We can at least move someplace safe. Listen, when we first met, you said we owed you for helping us
I
out.
can do this professionally. I
I
won't
guess you earned it.
to say.
So here.
Besides, after
It
16
may not be a
years,
chest full of
I
emeralds,
say this guy needs
but
to
it'll
be
have to do.
revived, right? The owner ponders for a few moments, then shrugs and agrees. Yeah,
I'll take what I can
it
get.
looks good.
Spoken
He leaves
like a
me
true
to my
mark.
own devices and
Well, if you ever feel like fighting for something other than yourself,
I say my
you
goodbyes
should meet up with
and
us in
head back
Sanctuary.
into the cove.
I could use someone like you.
I flip
Someone
the
who can
switch
get things
and the
done.
curtain slowly opens, revealing the animatronic figure inside.
I'll think about it.
His show
Before
begins
you
to
leave,
start,
kid,
and I'm already ready
a word
to say the lines
about
I've
the journey
memorized
you're
by heart.
about to start on.
Drayton,
'Cause
Clan,
I've seen your
Welcome to the
destiny.
It's
I
called
know your pain.
I cringe at the audio skips.
Don't give me that destiny crap.
Messing with the syncing on the
I just saw you go toe to toe with a 20-foot tall irradiated lizard.
backstage area.
You telling me you can't keep an open mind after that?
After getting properly freaked out by the heads inside, I quickly leave
It's
the
all right,
backstage
Preston.
and
Not
return
everyone
to the cove
understands
with
the
tools
sight.
and some red cloth
But I don't need you
and a few
to.
of Foxy's spare
just
limbs
need
that I
you
found
to
down in the
listen.
basement.
You're a man out of time, out of hope.
Jaw, wanting to fix his audio skip error and hoping I could do it right.
Your son's energy. He's alive.
Nicely. I tighten it a bit and make sure it's nice and snug. I
Bullshit. You're trying to play me for a fool.
Squeaks.
No, the sight's sometimes
So I add some
foggy,
oil
but it
until
ain't
stops.
ever a liar.
With his jaw
Your
finished,
son's out
I
there.
quickly tighten up his droopy
Even
eyelid,
I don't
but it
need the
was
sight to tell you where you should start looking.
Instead of worrying about this,
Green
I settled
jewel
for the
of
fact that it was
Diamond City.
I sew up all
Biggest
the
settlement
holes in
around.
his chest and replace his claw with a brand new and shiny. I fixed his
That's
iPad control and
vague.
began sewing up his pants, but the day was
I'm
over.
tired now.
It was time
Maybe
for
you'll
work.
bring me some chems later.
I say goodbye.
The sight will paint a clearer picture.
As they leave, and I stay behind to help the janitor clean a bit. An hour before the janitor leaves, I listen to the entire Pirate Cove skit, and I feel as happy as I did so many years ago watching it. I cleaned some of what seemed like pizza stains off of Foxy, and then said farewell to the janitor. Time for lights out. Night 1. I turned the power off to everywhere except the security room, sit down and watch the cameras. I see 4 pre-recorded messages on the phone and I decide to listen to one of them. The man on there talks about safety regulations and about how the animatronics move around. After that, it starts to escalate pretty quickly. Something about animatronic free roam in the Bite of 87. Then, he said something that made me understand why people didn't want this job. If the animatronics found me, they would kill me. My heart drops. Once the message ends, I check the cameras, and I see that Barney had moved off the stage and onto the dining room floor. I jump as I suddenly see him. He looked much creepier in the darkness. I look at the Pirate Cove map, and I almost scream. Foxy was staring at the camera through a small opening in the curtains at me. My alarm goes off. It was 6 a.m. I look at the cameras, and I see that everyone was back in their original spots, including Ronnie. This free roaming thing was no joke. As I leave, I can hear faint rustling coming from Pirates Cove and then silence. I began walking faster as I walked straight out the front door and greet the morning watchman. He was incredibly surprised to see me, and so was the janitor. What was I getting myself into? Day 2. I honestly didn't want to come back. I thought about it for a long time. I could have just said that I wasn't interested in a job, that I wanted to do something better with my time for more pay. But I didn't. I came back. And as I walked through the door, all I could remember was how Barney and Foxy had actually moved by themselves. Nevertheless, I made a promise to fix Foxy. So I was going to do it. I entered the Pirates Cove and see the curtain. Let's see what you got.
I have a little
No
bit of
evidence whatsoever that Foxy was peering through it. As I open it, he's in a far corner, the same one he is always in. Some of the tools I used yesterday that I forgot were even still in the same place. I'm fixing my potential killer. Just my luck, I say as I begin trying to touch him up again. I replace his hand, but his replacement doesn't fit properly, so I had to put on one without the suit around it again. His legs had no replacement, so I'd need to order them. Troubling since they didn't make them anymore. It would be hard finding the parts to completely repair them. Having any luck, a female says from behind me. It was the greeter from the front door, presumably on a break. This guy's beat up bad, and his spare parts don't even fit him, I say something. Oh, those are from the new model. They made him slightly smaller, she says. I can tell. They aren't even close to fitting him, I say as I grunt in frustration as I get his artificial limb back into its metal socket. I throw the spare hand to the side. She watches me work for a while, fixing the hinges, mending the welds, replacing the circuitry. She seems impressed. Where'd you learn to do that, she asks. I taught myself, I said. I loved this place so much when I was little I decided to build animatronics for a living. Even this old stuff from the 80s is pretty simple to fix. It's just bulkier. Did you come here a lot when you were little? She asks. Every day. My father worked here. As I remember the memories. But it wasn't the place that kept me from coming back. It was the Pirate's Cove. I look up at Foxy. I came because I thought Foxy was the best one, and his simulated voice is great. It sounds just like a pirate. So that's why you wanted to fix him up so badly, she says, finally figuring it out. That's sweet. I watch. A man can still like animatronics no matter how creepy they look when you're older.
Hey there.
That was for a moment. Except Foxy, he still looks really cool. Honestly, the damage makes him look cooler. I laugh.
Anything I can do to help?
Why? You for hire? I have 100 caps if you blow Wolfgang's head off.
All right, Trudy. I'll get rid of him.
Thank you. I'll back you up from here. Go get him.
Thanks for saving me, friend.
Damn, that fall from it all is not working.
Find him. What the?
It's over. For now. Hi. Never take a hit at Jed again, I swear. Hi. Yeah? Hey there.
I can't wait to see the crows feeding on that scumbag. Here, this is for you. Now, if you ever need to trade, my shop's open.
You got things covered from here?
Yeah. It's gonna take my son a while to get off the chems, but we'll make it. We always do. Now, let's get back to business. You need anything for the road?
Sure. Let's take a look.
A little bit of everything.
Cosmo. Why are you making the sounds that Wookiees make? Are you Chewbacca? Are you Chewbacca? You sound like Chewbacca. You funny little animal. You know you sound like that? That's what you sound like sometimes. You're just making the most funny little offended face I've ever seen. Oh. Maybe you shouldn't make Chewbacca noises if you don't want me to laugh at you. Yeah. She wants a snack. I'm gonna get her one in a second. Let me just... sell some stuff. Alright, Cosmo, you ready for your snack? Yes, man, let's get you.
Hey there. Yeah?
I don't understand. I think we're on the stream for now. I'll be back when I'm back. I'm gonna work on just the one because that seems to always jinx it. So I'll be back when I'm back.